In need of a bedroom pick-me-up? Comfy Art has just the thing. Beautiful accent home decor right at your fingertips. Fall in love with your room again and shop Comfy Art, available online at comfyart.com.
Hey guys, thank you so much for tuning in for Design and Muse, the Color Experience. I am Deanna Collins, the founder and CEO of Comfy Art, and I am so excited for you to be here with me. This is going to be a long day, an exciting day, an interesting day. We're going to learn how to mix some drinks. We're going to learn about some art. We're going to be part of this amazing experience today. And I just want to say thank you to all of my sponsors, and Sun Music and Graphic Art Guild and Georgia General Assembly, and everybody that has participated and supported Comfy Art in the last 2 to 3 years. We are going to get on the way. Our first guest and presenting amazing person, Adam Bean, will be doing a wonderful presentation, and I hope you love it. See you soon. Bye.
Thank you so much, Deanna, for that introduction. Greetings, good people. My name is Adon Bean. That is, I believe you can see it written out there. It was out there. That is ADAN, BEAN, ADAN, BEAN. By all means, feel free to connect with me on Instagram, on Twitter, on Facebook. If you see me on Tinder, you can swipe right as well. Like however we stay in touch, I would just love to do that. And so I am so overjoyed and excited to be kind of kicking off Design and Muse, the color experience. I've been a fan of Comfy Art since its inception, and I was so grateful when I got the call to be involved. We are in for an incredible afternoon, morning, all that jazz, with just people from talented creatives across the disciplines. And so I felt it was appropriate that I could throw out my little bit of ingredient into this cultural creative gumbo, which is while I do music, while I do voiceover work, I also definitely do spoken word, and have gotten to do a lot of remarkable things with that. So with that being said, I felt that I wanted to just throw a little bit out there to kind of honor the creative space that we physically find ourselves often, which is this coming out of the South, right? Like, I just want to shout out Atlanta. I want to shout out Georgia. I want to shout out the South. I'm originally from the Midwest, but I definitely found my creative home here in the South. And I think there's something remarkable that is happening here, something that remarkable that is occurring across below the Mason-Dixie. And so I just wanted to, in this virtual space, kind of do a piece that is kind of a kickoff and a send-off to the creatives, those of us out there striving and struggling and working and thriving and prospering, who all call the South home in some way, shape, or form. And so this piece is called "The South Got Something to Say." It goes as follows. We have all gathered in this space virtually. We're unfamiliar, but yet family, disparate, separate, but also unified. This right here is an art church service invocation designed for you and I. This was written to the tune of Dirty South, to Goody Mob's Fly Away, of A Midnight Train to Georgia. This is a companion piece to Pearl Clegg, long before Andre 3000 told a crowd in New York that the South has got something to say. You could hear our cries rise from deep within that red clay. This has been directed by Kenny Leon, choreographed by T. Lang or Gawain Mata drum squalling, captured on canvas by Fahamu or Fabian or Charmaine Minifield. This city is a siren for the arts, and so many of us have answered its calling. This is all okra and sweet tea, banana pudding and peach tree. We provide the soundtrack to any function, even if that junction is spaghetti. Confederacy, Memorial Mountains, and mayors named Keisha. Also a mayor named John strung his guitar to an Eddie's attic bleachers, home of our king, the preacher, thinker, dreamer, the remarkable civil rights legacy. We even Habitat for Humanity. We peanut farmer presidency. This was produced using a 30% film tax incentive. This is lemon pepper wetted, waffle housed at every exit, home of the forever inventive. It is a simple, glaring fact. Our content has been soaked in the cuisines of Busy Bees and The Beautiful and Mary Max and Fat Nats and Miss Ann's Snack Shop Bar. No counterleaning. This was constructed during a 3-hour wait for Slutty Vegan. But see, when a city that is too busy to hate somehow finds the time, when gentrification becomes an act of violence and no one listens to the victims of the crime, where you can judge a society by how it treats its least, as it is often said, I have seen stranger things here than The Walking Dead. We are a city experiencing growing pains, expansion, and border shifts. We will court a company like Amazon and ironically be willing to destroy a forest in order to headquarter it. So see, try as they might, they cannot condo our culture to death. They cannot beltline our Black brilliance. They can't Marie Kondo our community, that is tidy up the the houseless for a Super Bowl and then leverage our current identity for some future soul. Hell no. This is ATL, ho. Home of the artisan and the educator, the athlete, the author, the painter, the innovator, the culinary chef and the curator, the politician, the preacher, the grassroots activist, the organizer, the leader, the scientist, the celebrity, the farmer, the speaker. It is also home of those kids at every stoplight fundraising. You ain't really sure if they part of it. At every stoplight and off ramp. This is for every Grady baby. This is for all of us transplants. This is all Olympics 96, LaFace Records and So Def billboards, back when Apache Cafe was yin yang. Even then, my friend, we did the damn thing. You see, Atlanta truly influences everything. They branded it so you don't forget it, because see, we focus on creating the culture, not the credit. It is embedded in the root. We do the work. They pluck the fruit that the entire world knows where to go if and when they want the juice, the sauce. We are the dispatchers of the drip, the high priest of the hip. Whether behind the pen, the brush, or the lens, they come to Atlanta when they want the real shit. I mean, there's something about this place that makes it safe for the creative endeavor. It is fertile soil for the imaginative and the experimental. It honors the effort. We house Hammonds, Wonderlands, Hollyweirds, Cities of Ink, and Stanconias. We not at all New York. We not quite California. We are south of the north, but yet north of the south. We are a city out of nowhere that is everywhere. Just look around. Our DNA has made its way to every nook, cranny, corner, marketing meeting, boardroom, gallery, and block. We been had something to say. and they have been watching and listening, whether they want to admit that or not. South. Thank you very much. Again, my name is Adon Bean. It is my pleasure to kick off Design and Muse, the color experience. Back to you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Design and Muse Color Experience. I am so happy to be with you all today. I go by the name of Sammy Approved, and I'll be moderating our first conversation with a lot of amazing artists. So I'm really excited. I just wanted to go ahead and just say thank you to the creator and founder of Comfy Art, Deanna. Thank you for having me. And thank you for all of you that are joining us today. This should be a great conversation. We're going to learn a lot about what people are doing in this time to still be creative, what type of art they're making, and just the overall color experience. So I'm excited. If you're at home and you're watching this, make sure you hashtag the color experience and Design and Muse. All right? Yes. This is super exciting. This is the first ever virtual conference for Design and Muse. I've been able to be a part of the conversation in the past, and now we're doing things a little different, but with the help of this platform, this is just going well so far. I really enjoyed that piece earlier. You spoke a lot about what Atlanta provides, how Atlanta influences everything, and as a native, I couldn't agree more. So absolutely, let's get started. I think we're waiting for a few of our artists, but today I have the pleasure of speaking with Bitter Darlings, Candace Alexandria, the Junkyard Chef, George F. Baker III, and Zuri Standback. So, and if I pronounce you guys' name wrong, I'm so sorry, but we're gonna have the proper introductions in just a moment. Until then, y'all just kick it with me, sit back and enjoy. I'm really excited to get the conversation going. And if you have questions, feel free to comment all the things, and let's talk. Let's get it started. Kick it with me. Awesome. Hi. What's going on, guys?
Hey, can you hear us okay? Hey.
Hello.
Hey.
Let's go.
Hi. So this is super cute. I love the design and everything. It's just amazing. How you guys feeling?
Great.
Pretty good.
Awesome. So I think we're waiting on just one more person, but in the meantime and in between time, I figured I'd just start by allowing you all to give a brief introduction of yourselves. I'll go first again for those that might just be joining us. I'm Sammy Approved. I'm a content creator, creative storyteller. I enjoy moderating conversations like these to really highlight and spotlight creators across different industries, not just the art industry, but music, entertainment, and so much more. I am an Atlanta native, and I currently reside in Los Angeles. So first, I guess, so we have Zuri. You just introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about you and your art. That'd be great.
Yeah, so Zuri Standback, I focus primarily on acrylic and oil on canvas. At least that's my passion. But, speaking of this times and COVID and staying creative, I've actually gotten more into photography and video, and are actually working on a project where I want to combine the use of video with painting and profile Black men, which is always my subject, is Black men and their emotions. And being somebody that's post-civil rights, about to turn 50, and pre, or a little bit before Black Lives Matter, having some things in my 20s, it's an interesting story I want to tell about my generation. So that's what I'm working on now.
Nice. Awesome. I love that. Candace, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and the type of art you're making?
Sure. I'm Candace Alexandria. I'm from Atlanta. I enjoy doing mixed media art and also photography. So I'm doing a little bit more of that now. When I was younger, I did more photography, but now I'm trying to incorporate it within the workflow now. But yeah, it's a little bit.
Awesome. I apologize. I don't know if you want to be called by your artist name, but Bitter Darling. I was researching your name itself, and like why you call yourself that. I thought it was super dope. I enjoy your art a lot as well. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and your art?
Thank you. My name is Zarina. I am originally from Little Rock, Arkansas. I've been in Atlanta for 10 years now. And I recently started painting about 4 years ago. And I go by Bitter Darlings for several different reasons. And I like acrylic on paper. I really do like paper instead of canvas. And so most of my art, or all of it, is just women and our silhouettes.
Nice, awesome. Okay, and last but not least, the junkyard chef. I also don't know your bio, your government, but you know we're gonna get started.
Hey, what's happening? Yeah, I'm the junkyard chef. One of my parents named me Derek, so that happens to be my name. I draw cartoon squirrels and a whole bunch of things that you see in dreams. Typically, I like to do things that don't exist. At the moment, I'm working on like a bunch of murals and like really cool surprises like that. But I create so you can feel happy. Like that's the whole concept of me creating and then expressing what's deep inside of me. I'm also from Atlanta. I was born in Spain. Um, and yeah, I love a whole bunch of magic.
Awesome.
Definitely.
Awesome. Cool. So, I mean, actually, I wanted to ask a few questions, but since you mentioned being born in Spain, and I know a lot of you pre-COVID probably traveled for inspiration, and you know, you all mentioned that you, or at least I know for Bitter Darlings, you mentioned that you left Little Rock and you lived in Atlanta for 10 years. So just being able to see and explore different things. Junkyard Chef, you start for us and just let me know like how you have been staying inspired despite not maybe being able to go anywhere during this time. Why are you staying inspired? What are you looking at to stay in flow and creative during this time?
Interesting. It's like creativity, it happens to be a part of me. So it's like if I wake up or even if I sleep, I'm always thinking about what I want to create. And so like I'm always thinking about, the next big creation or finishing something that exists. So it's like a constant flow of inspiration that like always exists. Usually I think of a massive project and then I break it down into like little, bits and pieces so they have like life of their own. That way, if I ever do run out of an idea, I can just like reach into that bank and find it. During this period, though, it's been very interesting because there's been a lot of opportunity, for artists or just to create new things, get to know yourself, and I'm very appreciative for that that energy, definitely.
Yeah. I think the downtime has definitely been more like introspective for everyone who creates. Very introspective. Like, what do I truly enjoy doing? Can anybody else comment on just like this time, how you've stayed inspired, how you've been able to create without necessarily being able to leave the house? I don't know how comfortable you all have been with like, going outside or whatever the case may be. I know for me, I have to get up and moving. To just not drive myself crazy when it's safe. So yeah, if anybody else has anything to say about, just how you're staying motivated, how you're staying creative during this time, please feel free.
Well, I'm from Atlanta as well. I've lived in other places, but I love this city. So early on, when things were a little kind of off, I did a lot of browsing the web, looking on YouTube, getting inspiration from other artists, just looking at other scenery. But lately, it's been getting out and about and walking around Atlanta in areas I know, East Atlanta, around the Beltline, over in Krog Street, and just areas that I always used to go to, and just seeing if there's something new or inspiring, because there's always artists putting something up somewhere. And I was trying to make it everywhere. There are new murals going up and you try to get out and see them. So that's kind of what I'm doing, is leaning on the energy of other folks in the area and
Nice.
all the work around here.
Awesome. Did you have something? I know your mic's muted.
I like to use a lot of color, but I'm inspired by like the people I meet or the interactions we have. And so I haven't been creating as much because I haven't been surrounded by a lot of people. So that's where I get my inspiration from, like the conversations that we have or the attitudes that they give me. But I have been getting out. I went to the gardens last weekend. I like walking around outside and being with flowers, and I just like a lot of color.
Nice. Do you have something to go for it? I see you. Yes.
I would say the same thing, just staying active and going outside. Working from home it's kind of like a cave, so yeah, I have to get out, and also music helps inspire me.
What sort of music are you listening to?
Right now it's like old school, a lot of horns, just vibing, like, you know.
I think that's tight. I feel the same way. I'm like trying to stay connected to music. I've definitely been listening to a lot of like feel good music, not necessarily like current things, but just like a lot of feel good, old like funky things. So I'm happy you mentioned that. That's amazing. Thank you guys for your art. Thank you for your commitment to creating and sharing that with the world. I think that's super empowering and very inspiring for me. So I want to kind of just get into like your individual styles. And while I have you, Candace, I guess you could start. You mentioned that you're more into like mixed media, and you know, just photography and all those things. A lot of times as creatives and as artists, we tend to have a lot of different interests, right? But as a visual artist, there's a certain style that you embody. And for you, you mentioned that mixed media is something you have an interest in, as well as photography. So if you could just elaborate on like your style, what does that look like for you? And I'm going to ask everybody the same question, so just keep that in mind.
So I do like to work with like the female body form. So one of the ways that I create art is to make a stain, maybe with watercolor or ink, and then I'll try to try to see if I see a shape within the stain, and then like create around that, and then just start adding different things like acrylic or pastel line art. So I really enjoy doing that because you never know what you're gonna get.
So. Yes. And actually, while I still have you, Candace, I wanted to ask you, because I was looking on your Instagram. I was looking at all of you guys' Instagram, obviously, and just like researching and just learning more about you. And you don't really post a lot of your art on social media, which I've had this conversation with artists in the past. I think last year, when we had the conversation in person, I asked the same thing. Like, how do you feel about actually showcasing your art on social media? Like, do you feel like it loses value, or, you know the conversation? What is that? What is your take on, I guess, sharing your art online versus like allowing people to just purchase, or,
Yeah. I'm neither against it or, sometimes I post my art, but I don't know, I feel like I'm a slow creator. So I guess it will hold me accountable if I did post my art to see what I could create in this certain amount of time, or I don't know, it's nothing that, I don't know, it's just.
I understand. No worries. There's no pressure. I just curious, honestly, just super curious.
It is a good observation, though. Yeah.
I mean, I know a lot of artists do have that sort of like, just maybe hesitation about sharing online, because it does seem like, especially like a platform like Instagram, it's like, how do I benefit from this? I mean, it's like a double-edged sword. Like, obviously you can get more people to know about what it is that you're creating, but then on the other end, it's like, well, how do I actually get you to go out and like purchase things? Which is, I wanted to talk to you all about. We'll get into that later, but the collaboration that many of you have done with Comfy Art in terms of like being able to put your artwork on different types of pieces, from tote bags to swimsuits, which I think was dope. But let's get back to, and I see there's a question in Hopin. I'm going to get to it, I promise, after this. I just want everyone to be able to talk specifically about, you know, their art form and what it is that they're doing, or their purpose is for that. So Zuri, if you don't mind hopping in. Oh, yeah.
There we go. So early on when I started, I kind of came to painting, not late, but I was in my early 30s when I started painting, and I was just really trying to get accustomed to using paint, and I was really drawn to colors and a lot of color blocking, and you're creating something sort of abstract with kind of markings that I thought were reminiscent of hieroglyphics or other types of ancient glyphs. I also was really influenced by graffiti and hip hop, so I played around with spray paint, and I kind of came up with a style I called hierograph. And that was great for a while, but actually over the last 3 years, I've been trying to advance what I do. My goal is to express the emotions of Black men, and I had reached a point where I had great ideas, but nothing I could get on canvas. I just didn't have the skills, so I had to develop more skills, and I'm really into figurative art and portraits, and so I wanted to develop that. So that's what I've been doing over the past 3 years, and it's headshots or shoulder above or midsection above kind of images of Black men and different emotions on their face. And actually I'm kind of in the last stage of developing what I really want to do, which is adding a lot of color and kind of getting away from recreating natural skin tones and really using color and light to paint. And that's kind of what's behind me right now. And hopefully these first pieces will be finished soon, and they'll be kind of the first ones to showcase a new style that I've been developing. So that's kind of what I do.
Zuri, how do you know when a painting or a piece is finished?
Really good question. When I take a step back, there's just a point in time when I look and I say, that's it, don't do anything else, you know, and then there are times when you look at it and you say, okay, one more thing, one more this, but it's just a feeling when I see it. But I have to make myself stop, because you can always find something to change. I still find things in paintings I've done that, oh, if I did that a little bit differently, but that's the learning process. That's part of becoming a better artist, is to do things and identify what you want to do better next time. So it's just the gut feeling when I see it.
Absolutely. Also, just one last thing for you, Zuri, is why do you feel it's important to have an emphasis on capturing Black men specifically? That's like your focus. Why is that for you?
I mean, probably at its simplest explanation is I'm a Black man, or at least that's how I identify myself, is as a Black man. Which, by the way, that doesn't mean I'm like Rachel Dolezal. I'm actually an African-American man. But it's a little bit of, so when I came into painting, I did it to express something personally, an emotion personally. I find it easier to do that on canvas than in interpersonal relationships. Well, maybe personal relationships, but certainly not casual relationships. I just very private. But I still want to express something. I still have feelings. I still have emotions that I want to get out. And so I found that painting men that look like me, painting people that look like me, and painting them with a certain emotion on their face or something I'm illustrating helps me express my emotions that are I keep personal to myself. So it unbottles that bottled up emotion.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yes. Bitter Darlings next.
I have to say the same thing as far as that emotion part goes. So that's when I started creating like 4 years ago, to just like release the way I guess I was feeling. Because I'm a real, or used to be like a real hothead. And so now I feel like I have a lot more to lose. So I just get it out on paper instead of, and I like to talk a lot of trash. I'm just like, so I don't know. So it helped me calm down a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, I create women because, again, there's like my emotions that I'm feeling, or my facial expressions, or just like the women that I come in contact with.
Absolutely. And last but not least, Yes. Oh, I think you're muted.
You hear me?
Yes.
But yeah, what was the question? Can you repeat it?
Just
Like,
literally like elaborate more on your sauce. You have it set up to where I can see your artwork behind you too. Uh-oh. I don't know what's happening.
oh,
Okay, here we go.
so all right, these are some characters I created. Homie in the middle, Xander with an X. He's like my son. This is their sister Sage and their brother Sam. They're three cartoon squirrels that I created, and they do martial arts. I have this funky robot named Robot X, and he's kind of like Master Splinter to the Ninja Turtles. He pretty much taught all my squirrels how to do martial arts. But they are the basis at the moment for my entire art world. You would see a lot of acorns and things subliminally like hidden, mainly because of them. But the thing is, I like to pretty much like a lot of artists. I like to create what I feel, what's inside of me. But I don't really like to create things that exist already. I like to stretch the norm. I like to experiment with colors, styles, feelings, emotions. But really, I don't think when creating it's just a natural flow, and that's the beauty of creating. It flows. But yeah, I love it.
I like that that answer. I don't really think when creating, I just allow it to flow. That's a great answer. So we had a question actually from Hopkins, so I'll allow for the muralist to answer this. The question is, do you have maintenance as a part of your contracts with organizations and businesses that you work with?
I'm sorry,
You're like, can you mute your microphone real quick? And I'll repeat the question. So for the muralists specifically, those that do mural artwork, do you have maintenance as a part of your contracts with organizations or businesses that you work with? So I'm assuming I'm not exactly sure what maintenance they speak of, but I'm assuming that you all know what that means. Yeah. Do we have muralists? I think both. I know you mentioned that you do murals, junkyard. I mean, funkyard. I'm talking about junkyard.
Right, but as far as maintenance, could you elaborate? Like,
no, this question came from Happen. So one of our attendees had this question. If you, Deanna, could elaborate on or have you, tell us what that means specifically or what they're looking to get from that question, because I'm not sure what maintenance they're talking about either.
Maybe it means like if the paint needs touching up or like
maybe.
Yeah.
Certainly. Yeah, we can assume that is what they mean by maintenance. Just like what would need to happen post mural. If you could answer from that lens, do you include that within your contracts with the businesses or organizations that you are working with for mural artwork?
Okay, my process when I do murals, typically, if they just want a steady process, I would have them either like sand or prime the wall. That way, the wall is already set, and typically, whoever is hiring me to do the project will get the materials and everything out of their pocket. So as soon as it's time for me to create, that's literally all it's time to focus on creating. Make sure I tape off everything. Everything is clean and they're satisfied with the image. It depends on whether the mural is inside or outside as far as protection. Some paint like Rust-Oleum is a very good paint. It's good for using outside, and then you can get any type of interior paint to last. But as far as maintenance with that, if somebody damages something that you do outside, obviously you can't sit there 24/7 and watch it. Typically they might hire you or call you to touch up a process again, or they can have security or somebody just watch the piece as far as after. But you would try to make sure that it's done so that nothing would have to happen after the painting's complete.
I think you answered that very well. Thank you. Thank you.
No
If
problem.
you have other questions, then hop in. Junkyard Chef, if you could just mute, I don't know what's going on with the audio on this side, but you can mute it whenever you finish for me. Thank you. If there are no other questions yet, I'll just continue with the conversation. I think we have about probably like 20 minutes left. So I want to just talk about like maybe collaboration, because obviously with like being an artist, specifically like a visual artist, is a very individual process. Like you're like creating for yourself, but sometimes you do like collaborative efforts, be it mural work, you know, be it events like this, be it collaborations with Comfy Art, with the merchandise, or you're creating certain products based upon your artwork. How do you all feel about collaboration when it comes to your art? Are you very, like I said before, introspective about it? You like to be more of an individual and just like create on your own and then collaborate? What does that process look like for you as more of a visual artist? Because like when I talk to entertainers on like in music or film, like we know those are what like very collaborative team. If you're not a team player, you're not going to do well in film, right? But for this industry, it is a very introspective thing. It's like, well, do I like what I just created, right? So I just wanted to get your opinions on, Zuri, I think I see you shaking your head, so maybe you can answer first. You know, just your opinion on collaboration as a creative.
Word collaborations are very essential. Most of the things that we appreciate today are collaborations. Like recently, the Travis Scott and McDonald's, depending on how you feel about it, is still, you know, a genius move. Ben and Jerry's and the Nike SBs, and they all, you know, collaborate with different artists. Like even as far as artists collaborating with water bottles, it's like collaborations just push the you know, the wave of creativity. And then when you get, you know, an artist that has their own style and then they come up together to create something else with another artist, it's like you just create something brand new. It just depends on what you're collaborating on, because you know collaboration is, you know, it's an exchange, and so it's energy that, you know, you're putting your idea, your brand onto something. And so you have to be very wise about what it is that you want to collaborate on, but then you also have to think about the longevity of it and then see like the future of that baby, that seed that you're creating. But I love collaborations. They're beautiful, they're dope, and more needed.
Sorry, Zuri, did you have anything to add to that as well? Nope, he said it? Cool, awesome. Anybody else have anything to add to collaborating? If you enjoy it, if you don't, I mean, this is a great platform to just be honest about your process and like what that looks like. I know for me, like I write, and early on in like me writing, I didn't share my art with anyone. It was really difficult for me. It's a very like intimate space, and you know, a lot of times when you start off painting or whatever it is that you're doing, and that, like you mentioned, it's your baby, right? It's like such a special connection that you have with a piece. So I always often wonder, you know, that process, if it's difficult for you to let go of your pieces, is it difficult for you to work with other people, you know, creating or whatever that is? If you guys have comments, I just want to kind of keep it like an open conversation.
Well, it's definitely something I admire in other artists, probably more than I do myself. And it's because you just have to be very cautious and careful. You want to make sure that there's some synergy there, what you're creating. So I've been doing a few more lately, but what I tend to do is my collaborations are more in the digital world, designing t-shirts like this or something that can be productized. That's why working with Comfy Art was so great for me, because I could create something that's separate and different than what I do on canvas. And because canvas is a little more personal, it is about an emotion I'm trying to express. Whereas when I'm collaborating, it becomes more about creating something dope that me and the collaborator or collaborators want to express. So it's still personal, but it's a shared experience. And right now painting is more personal. So that I don't collaborate with painting, but I do with others.
Yeah, I guess we could just kind of go from there with the Comfy Art. So Comfy Art, for those that are new to this platform that may not know what Comfy Art is, or like what she's doing with this platform, is really highlighting and spotlighting artists from all over, and allowing them a space to itemize or make products from their artwork, right? So for you, it could be t-shirts. For some, it was I really liked some of like the swimsuits that I've seen, tote bags, mugs, and all of those things, right? Talk about that process, like what it was like to really see your artwork on. I don't know if you all had experimented with making merchandise before working with Comfy Art, or just like how you even connected with the platform and how you found it beneficial to do that as well, in tandem with your actual art. I'm sorry, anybody. I'm like, I know that we all have collaborated, so I don't know like who specifically wants to speak on it. It's fine. Sure. I think your mic's muted.
Okay. Comfy Art was my first collaboration, and for me, it was really exciting to see my artwork on merchandise, and I feel like it helped me to get my art out there and more recognizable. And I feel like some people prefer to like wear their art instead of just having pieces in their house,
right?
And it makes
that
it
was the
more
main thing.
affordable.
I feel like, you know, it's kind of like a lot of times you don't want to undersell your art itself, but having like that outlet, that merchandise, that, you know, coffee mug or whatever, it just makes it a little bit more inclusive for everybody. Because you might have a younger cousin or just somebody who's like, I really want to support you, but I can't afford that 300 to 1,000 to 2,000, you know, however much, you know, piece that you have, this huge canvas. And I don't even have anywhere to store it, but I can wear that t-shirt or I can wear that swimsuit. So I thought that was super dope, what Comfy Art is doing and what this platform is doing as well. I guess. Yeah, no, I see you. It's super cute. I love it. And I also think that just having the outlet and that sort of creative collaboration just really shows that it's kind of limitless what you can do with your art. Oh, great. Another question, just speaking about products, is how do you set prices for your products? Be it the merchandise side or the actual art, how do you set your price point for your artwork? I know a few of you said that you got into it late, which I don't want to phrase it that way, because I don't believe you can get into anything purposeful late, like, but I understand what you mean, like later on in life. Do you believe that you have to have a certain amount of experience to set the price at what it is, or is just based upon what you feel you're worth? Like, what's your take on that? Anybody can answer this as well. I guess I haven't really heard from Sis. She's looking like, I don't know, I want to talk. Hi.
I would say, well, for me, I would price for what I'm worth, and then the time. That's just me personally, and how much connection I have maybe to the piece. But I know you can't get married to anything, but yeah, I feel like based on what you're worth.
Nice. Do you all have any like, even when it comes to your merchandise, how did you all set it up on Comfy Art? Like, how did you guys work out the price point for each product?
I'll say I think it was a loaded question by Deanna, because she helped us set the pricing on her stuff. But I mean, sometimes it's gut. I mean, I probably overanalyze my stuff, because my other work that I do is about product management and pricing things in the marketplace. So I try to look at what other people are selling. What do I think how my stuff compares to that? But also for merchandise, for most of the merchandise, I'm pricing it mostly to sell, because it's more of a promo item for me. It's not a moneymaker. It's really just a way to expand my audience. What I really want people to do is see my merch and then check out my art, where it's priced higher, and obviously it's where I put more of my work. And even that, though, is still gut. I've gone all over the scale with prices over the years. So I try to do a little bit of my time and a little bit of what other people seem to be charging, and kind of go from there.
Nice. I actually wanted to ask this because you mentioned doing other things. And I know like a lot of the artists coming up too, they don't just do art. And I'm sure that's the same for you all. Balance, like, or are you all full-time artists? I mean, I shouldn't assume. Are you a full-time artist, or do you have like other streams that you know, get your income from? Like, I feel like we all do multiple things, but some people solely like to focus on art or like kind of take it project by project. What does that life look like for you? Are you working multiple jobs? Like you got like 10 jobs plus your art? Everybody's laughing.
I have another job. I have a degree in education, a bachelor's degree in education and a master's in education. So I was a teacher, but I did not go back to work. So recently I've been working in wardrobe for film and TV. I can't hear you.
Sorry, how's that experience been for you?
It's been going great because I think art and fashion are like one and the same.
Absolutely. Are there ways that you feel like you can channel your artistic, like, or what ways are you able to channel like that artistic ability through fashion and through wardrobe?
Through like the style and like the color, and you know, clothes have texture too. So.
Is anybody else finding or have other streams, other ways that they're making money outside of their art, or how are you fusing some of your other passions with your artwork?
I work a corporate job, but I'm also, I guess, incorporating the photography. So I'm getting more back into it, and so at my job they're allowing me to do that, so I can practice. I wasn't doing so much. I'm doing less now, but I want to do more. I was doing more back when I was younger. So incorporating that now in my work and having to do it outside is like getting me back into the art form. So
that's dope. That's dope. I love it. I love to see it. Yeah, I think it's just important to kind of keep our options open. It kind of makes it a little stressful when you're worried about how you're gonna like eat or how you're gonna survive, but you want to do art, you know, like the striving artist. I get it, but it does make it a little bit less fun when you're like, I gotta make this make money. So that's why I asked that question, you know, just also being transparent with people or aspiring artists or artists out there too, who are just like, you know, I want to really do this full time, but I have to pay bills. So that's why I like to ask that question. So this is the color experience. We're almost kind of wrapping up with our first session here, but I just want to ask each of you if you could just answer, like, you know, what does the color experience look like to you? I know that you mentioned that you're incorporating more color into your pieces and not just doing like straight on, you know, like a tone, skin tone or whatever with your the people that you are inspired by or inspiring your work from. But yeah, just each individually, like, what does the color experience look like to you? What does it feel like to you? And just kind of tell me how you're channeling that through your artwork, please. Zuri, you can start first since I called you out.
All right. Well, I mean, anytime I hear the word color, I think about diversity, and that's such a, you know, overused phrase, but it really just means a variety of options and choices, and I think about a range of emotions. I mean, if you think about the use of color to drive certain moods in people, whether you use the color blue to make people calm or the color red to get them excited. So I just feel like the idea of color and the use of color and the experience around color means that you get to feel a full range of emotions, and you get to feel or experience a full range of perspectives and stories. And so the whole idea of color experience just means a very broad, inclusive sort of experience.
I love that. Yes, Junkyard Chef, how about you? How do you feel about the color experience?
The color experience is really beautiful because it's like a stretch of infinite possibilities. regardless of if you can see color or, you know, if you're colorblind or if you have a very keen sense of sight, you still see vibrations and waves. And that's literally what art is, you know, connections. And so, you know, can take something that doesn't exist and you can make it something and people appreciate it. And so the color experience is literally that, you know, they're taking your art and putting it on something that completely doesn't exist from your mind. And, you know, hopefully you appreciate it. But it's a really beautiful, you know, eclectic mixture of thoughts that pours out into your daily lives. And that's my perception of the color experience.
Awesome. Candace, can you share what the color experience is like for you?
For me, it's exploring different mediums and following that energy, and following the energy within your life. You could be doing, you know, photography one day, but then painting murals the next day. So yeah, just following that energy.
Awesome. Awesome. Yes, last but not least.
I think the color experience evokes like a lot of emotions because color brings about different energies. And I think this year has just been a whole hot mess of experience and energies. And just like everyone has their favorite color, everybody has their favorite experience that has happened to them in life and helped them grow.
I love all of those answers so much. I think that really sums up what this entire platform is about, the color experience, Design and Muse. This is the very first virtual conference, and also this is the first conversation of the day. So thank you all for joining me. You all can follow them, obviously, if you've been following along with this event series, and you have all of their information. But I just want to say thank you so much again to Zuri, the Junkyard Chef, Bitter Darlings, and Candace Alexandria for joining me today. This has been a great conversation, and I wish you the best of luck on your journey, continuing to create and inspire other artists and yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Peace.
Hi, I'm Zarina Dennis, and this is my studio where I create my Bitter Darlings, and we're in the comfy zone. I am a mother of two beautiful daughters. I have a master's in instructional technology, kindergarten through 12, and an education specialist degree in curriculum and teaching, which I just finished earlier this year. I started painting about 2.5 years ago as kind of like an outlet for me, and it kind of just took off from there. I've always drawn when I was younger, especially in high school when I used to draw tattoos for people. I had children, got married, and I just kind of stopped creating. I started just like painting to kind of decorate my house, and then I just kept on because it just felt great. One of my friends came over and she bought something, and then she wanted to just get me out there, and so I started doing pop-up shops. My Bitter Darlings are like different people that I interact with, and like their vibes and the conversations that we have. And I take that and I come back to my space and I'll create. So a lot of them are different. They have multiple attitudes and characteristics about them. This one was like my first darling that I created, and she's my most popular. She has a lot of attitude similar to me. So, and then my baby girl Ariel, she did these in her art class at Jackson Elementary. And my big girl, who goes to Brandeis University, she did cover art for this magazine. So I'm very proud of my girls. But my mom taught me how to draw when I was younger, me and my brothers and sisters. And she graduated from LA Tech with a degree in costume design, and she actually won the prestigious Thimble Award that year. I received this award at the end of December 2018, and it is for Entrepreneur of the Year, which was a shock to me that I got it. So I'm very happy about that, and thank you to everyone who believed in me and supported me and voted for me. I got it from Capobella Inc. For my future, I would just like the ability to create freely and just have freedom to come and go as I please. I would like to travel more, get out and experience the world more so that it can influence my art. I would like to collaborate with Gucci's new creative designer on a collection of t-shirts and sweatshirts.
What I want to give to my people is honest conversation, authentic conversation, and real life experiences, and kind of telling them how I was able to navigate this world and how I continue to navigate this world.
Your creativity and your artwork, your paintings are like so, I don't know, so amazing to me. Like, I aspire to be like close to what you are doing. I used to paint, I'm more abstract, but I have stopped to create with comfy art, to do comfy art. So I planned on getting back to it, and just dealing with a lot of creatives and a lot of artists with comfy art has kind of like pushed me to kind of, okay, let me just do it. You have a lot of florals in your paintings, and we wanted to know, like, what did that symbolize for you?
There's so many different reasons for the floral, but quite honestly, the first time I did a floral really is right after my mother passed away. And my mother passed away almost 12 years ago from cancer. And what happened after she passed away was I went a long period of time where I couldn't paint. I couldn't find, I mean, I was painting, but there, like I say that art is energy.
Yeah.
And when you're producing art mechanically, it has no energy. And so there were several pieces I attempted to do after she passed, but it just had no energy. And so I took a break from painting. And when I revisited painting again, the first thing I did was a painting of a little boy, and the little boy was holding a large bouquet of flowers. And I realized that little boy was me. And so the name of the piece is called Not Enough Flowers.
Wow.
And it was like, no matter what I do, how many flowers I pick and give, there'll never be enough to express how much I love her. I have been inspired by her, how she had always been my biggest champion. Abraham Lincoln said that all that I am and will ever be, I owe to my mother. And I agree with that. I would not be where I'm at if it wasn't for her. So when I lost my biggest fan, I lost something. And so the flowers started there. And then the more I started to examine why the flowers, and of course it makes perfect sense, because the flowers are life, they're death, they're a celebration, they're beauty, but they don't last for a long period of time.
Right.
But they're also often used as an attempt to distract from the truth. And so they might be a painting. I always give the example, although I've never done this, but it might be a painting of a lynching. And in the corner, there's a bright bouquet of flowers. And what it is an attempt to distract you from what's really going on in the world.
Right.
And so the flowers are a compliment at times, but it's also used as a distraction.
Wow.
And then from an artistic standpoint, flowers are, for me, so fun to paint because the way I find myself doing them, they're like abstract, and they're abstract until they become real. And so as I'm painting them and painting them and painting them, I'm painting them almost close up. But at some point, I'm following the shapes and whatever, and then I pull away, and there they are.
Wow.
And so I love that experience of seeing, okay, and like if I let myself get into my ego, it is like, you're messing up the flowers. You're messing up the flowers. They don't look like flowers, and then at some point they become flowers. So I love painting flowers.
Wow. That's so cool. And I want to transition into more about your childhood and how that affected and influenced your artwork.
Well, a couple of things happened. Like one of the oddest things that happened is I can remember the first time I started drawing. And I started drawing at the age of 4. And the reason I know that is that was the year that the Beatles came to America for the first time.
Wow.
And I was totally intrigued by the Beatles. I mean, I love their music. I love their mop top hair and these tailored suits and these cool black boots. And so it was everything about them that I loved. And so I drew them over and over and over again. And so that's how it started. But then, like, it wasn't uncommon in my household. I had a little brother who was a painter artist. And I have a brother, so my little brother's 2 years younger than me, and I have a brother who's a year older than me. And they were both, when I was young, much better than me. And but it was something that we all did just to kind of entertain ourselves. So it was one of those things I didn't think was special. But what I began to realize was my passion for it was greater than theirs. I drew all the time. They drew whenever they felt like it.
Okay.
And so when I went into high school, it was like, you know what? I found out like you could get art scholarships. You could go to school. And like, so I'm like, you know, like I'm an average athlete. My brothers are both better athletes. So I'm like, I'm not getting in on an athletic scholarship. Perhaps I can do this. So then I began to get serious about art, probably my junior year of high school.
Okay. Do they still like do art, or they're in a whole nother?
Not. You know what? A few years ago, maybe 5 years ago, my older brother and I did an abstract together. We had gone to see an exhibit, and there was a mentor of mine who had a ton of oversized canvases that he had in his garage that he was getting rid of. So he gave them to me, and so we decided to go back to his place because we were in Wisconsin, Milwaukee, which is where I was raised at the time. And so we went back to my brother's house and we did an abstract together, which he still has hanging up.
Wow.
My younger brother is in sales, and he decided maybe 6 months ago, because of everybody kind of in quarantine or everybody at home, he decided to pick up a pencil again. And he was he started rolling for about a month and realized he had left it too long ago. And so to get back to it frustrated him. And so every time I talk to him now, I'm like, what happened to those drawings you started? And he's like, I think he's put them aside.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. On a lot of things that happen simultaneously, like the John Legend cover dropped and hits. I've been on that CD, my age, on that digital download. Digital download for about, once it came out, because it's amazing. You can listen to it all the way through.
It's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
It didn't dawn on me while I was working on the CD.
Yeah.
Like you're saying. And I'm like, wait a minute. Nobody's going to have a CD.
Right.
This is not going to be where everybody has their CD of John Legend's art. It's going to be a digital down. And so it's kind of like, for a moment, I was like, oh, man.
Right.
And then it was like, you know what? It is what it is, but nobody has CDs anymore.
Right.
So I hear what you're saying. It was like, I'm thinking I'm getting ready to do John Legend's CD. And then it dawned on me, like, there isn't a CD anymore. Wow.
I wanted to know what was the experience. I don't know if you worked with his team or him, how he reached out and all that stuff.
My partner and I we decided to spend a month in South Africa. So the month of February, we were there. And we went to Cape Town, and I took a lot of pictures of landscapes and everything like that, because Cape Town is absolutely beautiful. It is like our second home at this point. But I documented a lot of stuff, but one of the conversations I had with her while I was there was like, you know what, my work speaks to America, and it's about America. And like, you know what, for the world to really get what I'm doing, I need to kind of figure out a way to become more universal. Yeah. And so we went to a couple of art shows, and I'm like, you know, African artists are in the house. They're killing it with just gorgeous, creative concepts and execution. But while I was there, I started thinking, like, Black art, African art, which we're part of, is universal. Right. It's like, if I speak the truth about being Black, that is something that anybody and everybody can relate to. Right. And so I came back from that experience in South Africa, realizing that, like, Black art is universal. I think the only time it's less universal is when there are American flags incorporated. And I have a couple of pieces I've used the American flag in. So getting back here, immediately coming back, and then shut down of the country. And so while I'm here and we're shut down and everything like that, I get a message from Sony on April 2nd. Oh. And so it says, you know, would you be interested in doing John Legend's CD cover or cover? And I'm thinking, April 2nd, is this a late April Fool's joke? Right? Like, this would be really messed up if this is a joke. But let me call and find out. And so I spoke to the creative director at Sony, and his name is David Gett. And David started to explain to me, like, would you be, and the way he was approaching me, I was blown away by the idea that it was like, would you be willing to do this? And I'm like, are you kidding? Are you kidding me? You're treating me as if I'm something more than there is the perception of me, and then there's the me. Yeah. And I'm like, I'm just Charlie. Right. But it's like, right. So it's like, but yeah, I would love to do this. And I said, and I love John Legend's music. And so, I mean, both of them are things that I'm in on. And so he said, well, what we're going to do is we're going to get on the phone with John, and we're going to talk about it. And, you know, he's going to tell you what he wants and everything. So when I got on the phone with John, the first thing that I mentioned casually was, like I said, first of all, love your music. And I mentioned that we had just came back from South Africa. And he said, oh, South Africa. He said, South Africa is my second best market in the world. Wow. And he said, what part of South Africa? I said, well, it was Cape Town, but we stayed mostly in Johannesburg, but we went to Cape Town for a week. And we just got to talking about that. And then I mentioned to John, Bitches Brew, which is a classic album by Miles Davis. And it was a beautifully painted 2 Black figures. There's an ocean in it, there's sky. And like, I could see, like, the concept of bigger love being about the universe. See, full circle. Right. And he said, I love that idea. In fact, when we were talking, he Googled it and saw, like, the Bitches Brew cover and said, oh, I love this. So I talked to him about the protea, which is a South African flower. And I had taken a lot of pictures of that flower. And so I collected all this information in preparation for now I realized this. Wow. You know, I came back prepared. And so if you look at that cover, you'll see the universe in his head. You'll see the protea, which is the flower, on his shoulder. And it's like, it's all incorporated in there. So it was like that moment where I realized, coming back to South Africa, and I had spent some time visiting a go-go, which is a spiritual reader, while I was there. And the things that she shared with me shifted my world. Wow. And it shifted in a way where she kind of acknowledged and recognized that I am not in tune with my ancestors, that they have been controlling, dictating, orchestrating my whole life. and that the energy that I exist in me was powerful, and that I just needed to take the time to acknowledge them, recognize them regularly, and watch what happens. And it required that I do something that the ego at first would not allow me to do.
Okay.
And it was simply approaching a fellow artist that I had some jealousy and envy of.
Mm.
And like standing before him and apologizing and saying, you are my brother. And for me to behave the way I have is absolutely no justification for it. And so we had a serious sit down talk, and then everything shifted. I went back to working. Him and I correspond regularly, and we burn candles in honor of them every day, and every day something amazing happens.
Wow, that's so crazy, because I've started for a couple of months now, have been speaking to my spirit guides.
Mm-hmm.
Just, talking to them and having them to just guide me on my journey with this new venture that I have. Because it could be, sometimes it can be depressing, lonely, people not knowing what you are doing at the time, when you have all this stuff in your brain, in your mind, that you dream of and you want it to be, but other people don't understand it. So it's just
right.
The only thing that I can do that I think that they will understand, or whoever is listening can understand.
Right.
And when I do that, like you said, things kind of open up, because they want to help you. And I don't know, when whoever looks at this and sees this, it's just like, I don't know how connected people are spiritually and all of that, but it's a whole nother awakening when you do that.
We can take that a little bit further. And so for any artist that kind of like thinks we're talking hoodoo and voodoo or whatever they want to,
right.
It's like, this isn't about that. It's about your spirit, and knowing that there is something greater than you out there, and that everything that happens, especially when you're a creative spirit, is bigger than you. And so like, one of my biggest transitions, even as an artist, is when I began to realize that the art that was happening wasn't me. That the art that was happening, I am only acting as a vessel to something greater than myself. And I say to anybody, call that whatever you choose to. Call it God, Allah, call it whatever you want to. Call it your spirit guide, call it the universe. I'm calling it my mother and my daddy. I'm calling it my ancestors. But I know that there's something bigger than me. And so what helped me with that is, once I embraced that and accepted that, I began to see work coming through me that's better than anything I thought I could do on my own, because the ego was no longer attached to it. I was no longer in the way when I realized, okay, what's going to happen today? And I can watch it happen. Or I've watched video of times of me working, and I'm fascinated by it.
Yeah.
But I almost experience it as an outer body when I'm watching these videos, because some of it is happening and it looks like a real artist is doing this work. And so I have to acknowledge that that physical being is me, but that energy is bigger than me.
Right. So what advice do you give artists to in making a lifetime of art in their career?
Okay, I think one of the things that's natural about artists is artists are recluse. They are introverts, as I am. Surround yourself with other creative people, and surround yourself with, especially when it comes to art, or if you're a painter, find better painters than yourself. You will never go to another level if you stay around people that are kind of doing what you're doing and not challenging you to take it higher. Release the ego. Because you have to be open to critique. I've had experiences where people have viciously attacked my work, and people are surprised at how I respond to it, because I respond to it in a way, it's like, everybody's entitled to an opinion. And if you give me something that I cannot use, I'm going to discard it. If you give me something that I recognize is constructive, and I can use, I'm going to use it and be grateful for both. But also when you kind of like operate with you understanding the fact that you are a vessel, then when people attack what comes through me, it's not personal. And so not that I can want to defend something that says not very good when it comes to my work. I have no desire or need to defend, but I also have no need to claim credit when it's received well. You know, again, it's saying it is not me. So you can't have one without the other.
Right.
So people assume that I'm being humble when they say like how good I am or how great I am. And I'm like, you know, it's not me or thank you. But I really, it's like, because no, I have to understand it. I can't have like, yes, when you give me compliments, I'm wonderful. And if you attack me or you put down the work, I'm going to ignore you. I'm going to receive both to the best I can, and then know that what you see may not be meant for you if it's something you don't like, and then it's speaking to someone,
Right.
and that someone may not be you. So I'm like, so I really tell people all the time, like, if you are meant to be an artist, there's nothing that's going to keep you from being an artist. But when I talk to young people, the first thing I say when I get up in front of a bunch of young people is find something that you enjoy doing, and you'll never have to work a day in your life. And so that does not mean, because I had a conversation once with someone who said, I don't agree with that because this is so hard. I'm like, nah, I did not say it's not hard.
Right.
I said, find something you enjoy doing and you'll never have to work a day in your life. You will be, you know, you'll have to put a lot of time into it, and it will be a form of work.
Right.
But the reward and everything, you get lost in time. You get lost in what you're creating. You get lost, and I do all the time. I work so late because I want to know what this piece is going to look like.
Mm-hmm.
It's like reading a good book. I want to see what the end is going to be.
Right.
You know, and so that's why I'm motivated every day. Like someone asked me one day recently, like, are you willing to embrace that you are a living master? And like, not at all. I will not embrace that, because if I'm a master and I've reached the pinnacle, then where do I go? What do I do for the rest of my life?
Right.
I want to be doing this until I'm almost dead. And
Right.
at that point, if I'm still doing good work and somebody says you're a master, I say, I accept it, because I'm leaving anyway in a minute.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. Can you tell me more about your experience with Time Magazine and how that came about too?
Okay, so that's the thing, but that's what I wanted to talk about. Like again, how much the ancestors are working.
Mm-hmm.
I did a project with keep remembering Selena Gomez. Her people reached out to me to use an image for a Black Lives Matter campaign, and then John Legend came. And so I'm like, these two must be on the same label or connected in some way. So I'm looking to try to find out, and there's no connection. And
Mm-hmm.
so what happened with the Time Magazine art director, his name is D.W. Pine, called me up and said, would you be interested in doing a Time Magazine cover? And again, it's like, where's this coming from, right? And so I'm like, well, of course, John Legend's thing just popped off, like dropped 2 weeks ago. He saw that. And so at one point while we're talking, I mentioned like the John Legend cover. And he says, what? You did the John Legend cover? And he's like, oh my God. And like, so he didn't know I did. I'm like, so wow, these great, amazing things are happening and they're not connected, but they are connected because again, the spirits are saying with the gifts and the opportunities that we're giving you, you know, comes responsibility. And there's a huge responsibility on my part to make a difference for young Black kids.
Yeah.
But so he told me, he's from the Atlanta area originally.
Okay.
He actually worked with one of my good friends, but again, none of that was connected. But when he went to Time Magazine and they decided to do this special issue, they wanted somebody who's been addressing that subject about the African American experience,
Mm-hmm.
social injustice. And maybe he Googled my name or something like that, but he found that I had a huge body of work related to that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've been doing that for 20 years.
Right.
And so he kind of, you know, and he kind of said, do whatever you want to. And I said, you know, what I'd like to do is submit some sketches just to kind of see if I'm on track.
Mm-hmm.
And so I submitted, you know, 8 rough sketches. And from that, he narrowed it down to one. And we changed a major part of it because originally that cover was going to be a woman, and it turned out to be a little girl instead. But when I talk about the narrative, which is in the magazine itself, is really about, like, I started realizing how frightened our children are, and like, and it was like, and I'm angry at times to think that, you know, I'm a child of the '60s, and that was a scary time. But I would think that my children should not, or my grandchildren and my great grandchildren should not have to worry about this anymore. Right. Here we are. We're still talking about the same things. We're still fearful of the same things. And that's what the cover was all about.
Wow. So, yeah, I want to piggyback on the culture here in Atlanta. What would you change in Atlanta that you think can help creatives be seen as an essential part of the community?
I think the change is happening. I think that what we have to do is, as much as we can be as a community, meaning a Black community, is figure out ways of self-reliance. And I think that some corporations are more serious than ever before about trying to figure out how they can help. And so for those that oppose the idea of taking their money, we've earned that money. We've built those resources and that money for them. Yeah. And so why not take some of that money and find ways to develop these programs to help educate our children, to give them more exposure to the great things that they otherwise won't have a chance to do. And that is part of my commitment. It's like, wherever I can, help to develop programs where I can work with self-sustainable projects that will live long after that money comes, because we can create things and start to develop our own resources to continue to build, make these statements, make these demands, because we deserve this, we've earned this, and focus on us. You know, and I think that when I don't know how much of your audience might be not Black, but I am very much about blackity black, and everything we can, anything and everything we can to build Blackness. My daughter once called me a racist, and I said to her, it's like, I said, sweetie, I don't hate white people. I just love passionately Black people. And so my focus, my energy is to help us. My desire to teach, my willingness to give access is for us, because we don't get the advantages that they do. And so that's all that's important to me. If I offend people that are not Black, okay, that really doesn't matter to me, because what I'm focusing on is helping Black people.
Your artwork exudes love of Black people, like you said, and our history. What do you want other cultures to see when they see your work?
I know what we are. I want us to see how beautiful we are.
Yeah.
I want us to see how powerful and intelligent and we are. And however they choose to see it ahead, I just don't. I mean, because I'm tired of trying to explain or convince anybody else, because I think it starts from us, because there's still not enough of that. There's not enough of us loving ourselves. And so that's what's important to me.
I think everybody's on it. Like, we're on the same page when it comes to that. Thank you so much. Oh.
You have a good day.
You too.
My name is GW Harper, and I'm in the comfy zone. And I've pretty much always been a creative from being a kid, but I basically had to quote unquote grow up. So my mom basically said, I'm going to send you to school to be one thing and one thing only. That's to be a nurse. You can finance anything yourself, so you're going to have to grow up. That's a hobby. Until years later, my husband, of course, knew this about me. He decided on my birthday, he surprised me for easel and an art starter kit. He's like, baby, I'm going to send you to a hotel when you get off of work. For the whole weekend, I have the girls. I just want you to relax and paint your heart away. I started painting. I started putting my stuff on Instagram. I even quit my job for 6 months to realize and actualize my dream. This is my passion. This is something I love, love, love to do. I've accumulated all of this within 2 years, and I've sold over, I've lost count, like 130 pieces already. This is what's left over. So, and I still have some more actually big ones at the house that I'm still working on, but these are the ones that are fairly finished. My circle has changed. My perspective on life has changed. Even now, I still go into work every now and again because, bills still have to be paid, but my perspective is different. My currency has changed. Now happiness is a currency. What do I need to do to earn happiness? So my girls see this, and that's the biggest thing as young children. I want them to know that you really can be anything. You really can do anything. I would give all this stuff away for free if I could, because I love to do it. I'm joining Comfy Art Designs. So I'm excited about that and where that's going to take me and take us, and what's going to come of that. So I'm just super excited. I don't want to make a plan per se, because I want to be able to keep it open. If I say I make a plan, then I want to stick to it. I just want to be open to receive opportunities. I want to take whatever the universe sends my way. With the art scene, I love that Black art is just really, really on the rise right now. There's so many different exhibits, especially Black women, and I'm seeing us represented in art a lot more. Going to museums, and we have, High Museum, we're having Black artists that are being featured one after another. That's a step in the right direction. My biggest thing is, and it's something that shifted for me recently, I want them to see themselves in artwork, in fine art. So I've actually started to incorporate their pictures and artistic poses into my artwork. So when they pass by and they see mommy working on something, it's like, hey, I can see myself in that. If you go to a museum, sometimes we're not reflected, especially as Black women, in art, in modern art. So I want them to be able to see their faces where that's their norm. I know I'm beautiful. I know I'm Black. I know I can do anything. I see myself. I'm being reflected.
In need of a bedroom pick-me-up? Comfy Art has just the thing. Beautiful accent home decor right at your fingertips. Fall in love with your room again and shop Comfy Art, available online at comfyart.com.
Hey everybody, my name is George F. Baker III. I'm an Atlanta-based muralist and illustrator, and I'm in the comfy zone. That's just me. It's like just the type of life that I like to live. I love people. Interactions with people inspire me, so I just try to bring that same type of like friendly energy out into whatever piece that I make. You know, it's just having a good time, enjoying yourself, and kind of seeing that light that's inside of you. I got the opportunity to go out of town, specifically to Birmingham, Alabama, to go work with an artist out there named Erin Mitchell. Living Walls invited me out there to help her produce her very first mural. So I got to be a mural assistant and kind of helped, coach her through the process. And honestly, she took to it like a fish in water. So yeah, it was a pretty fun, intensive project. 2 weeks in Alabama, in Birmingham, Alabama, working on a mural pretty much every day. The hardest thing, and I've always believed this with anything that I've ever done, the hardest work that you have to do is emotional work. So if you find whatever that emotional roadblock is, and you get over that, the physical will just come into play. That's just how anything is. One of the quickest lessons that I learned as like a young artist is like, exposure doesn't pay the bills. The bills have to get paid with money. And as an artist, you have to really take that stance within yourself to say, I am worthy of it. I know how much I cost, and my work is desired enough and is great enough to where I should be able to ask for that. Somebody will be comfortable with it. And honestly, I've been in situations where a price that I felt was so high for me, I told to somebody else and was all nervous, and they said, okay. People always believe anybody that's confident in themselves. And you just have to stand on the confidence of who you are as an artist. I've officially been a full-time artist since November 2019. And I feel like one of the biggest things that I've learned is that I've had to really make this something sustainable. I had to start treating it like a business and get serious about not only the art that I do and the type of work that I do, but everything. What I look at it as is the stuff that you don't see that's gonna allow me to do the things that you do see. You know? And I want to be able to make as many things as possible all the time. I always look at how far I can really take my art and what I can really do with this talent and skill that I have. And I wanted to apply to more mural festivals. I wanted to get my work and my illustration inside of books and magazines.
So today we're going to be doing a ode to an artist named David Hockney, and this cocktail is going to be called A Bigger Splash. Now, David Hockney is one of my favorite artists. Um, he's from the UK. We share a similar zodiac. We're both Cancers. He's big on pop art, a lot of colors, vibrancy. Uh, a lot of brightness that goes into the whole pop art and new age artistry when it comes to paintings, posters, digital installations, all types of things like that. So today, what we're going to do is we're going to do kind of like an ode to him and use a whole bunch of colors that would be also used in his type of artistry. So before we get started, I wanted to give a big thanks to Comfy Art for letting me come in and showcase my artistry with you all, as well as the other amazing artists that we have on this session today. And also a big shout out to Sun Music, the sponsor for this virtual mixology session, as well as the entire Comfy Art virtual sessions today. So to get started, we are going to look at our ingredients. So we have lemons here. David Hockney uses a lot of yellows, reds, blues, and greens in his artistry. So today we're gonna play on that as well. So we have our lemons for the yellow. So we're gonna take a couple of slices of these. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna muddle these lemons to make sure we get all of the juices as well as the acid and zest from the peel, okay? And we're just going to drop those in there. Secondly, we're going to get a couple of raspberries. Now, as I stated before, David Hockney loves to use reds and yellows, greens and blues. So a couple of raspberries in there for our red, and also some strawberries. Now, these citrus-based drinks are one of my favorites to make because they're very flavor forward. They're also very refreshing. I'm just going to drop a few more of those in there. And then we're just going to muddle all that up. Now, a lot of people don't like to include mixologists in the realm of artists and artistry, but contrary to popular belief, we do take a lot of pride, time, research into crafting our cocktails. It's more than just a simple rum and coke or a vodka and OJ. All of these things are carefully researched and put together so that flavors can complement each other and so that we have a little bit of a story to tell. Now, after we've muddled all that up, we're going to take some blocks of ice and we're going to drop those in there like so. Then we're going to get our pineapple juice. And we're going to measure out about 3/4 of an ounce. Then we're going to get our orange juice and measure out about the same. Now, when I make drinks, I like to use all natural ingredients. You won't see me using too many artificial flavorings or things like that, just because I like the natural and refreshing flavors. And it just helps to be able to pair things that are grown together. Fruits and herbs, like, they just complement each other so well from the aroma to the flavors that there's really no need to have an artificial flavoring because you're not going to get all the components of that fruit. So after we do that, we're going to add, of course, our most favorite part, which is the tequila. Now, the tequila I'm using today is El Jimador tequila. It's one of my favorite mixing tequilas. Now, a lot of people will say, oh, well, I like Don Julio or Clase Azul or a whole myriad of other high-class tequilas. Now, those tequilas are great, but you don't want to use those when you're making cocktails. Those are more sipping tequilas, so you can really get the flavor profiles and the notes and the smells. But when you want to make a very good cocktail, you don't need to spend so much money on such a high quality tequila. So you can get a nice uh, value brand tequila with a great flavor, great body, and it's not cheap, so to speak. So with El Jimador, we're going to take 2 ounces. And then we're just going to stir everything together. Now you want to stir it for a while, make sure everything blends nicely. Don't want to stir too vigorously or else you'll spill everything. We don't want to do that. Now, as you see, we have a nice, vibrant color for our cocktail. And then, after we blend everything together, we're going to strain it into a new glass with a new block of ice. And then to top it all off, remember I said Mr. Hockney likes to use greens as well. We have a nice fresh basil leaf. Now, when you use herbs in your cocktails, you're going to want to slap them like that. When you slap them like that, it releases all the oils and the aroma in this fresh herb and gives it a nice smell of the basil. And we'll gently place that on top. And then we'll garnish it with another raspberry. And there we have it. A bigger splash, an ode to David Hockney. Now, if you're making this at home, you can taste just how amazing that is. Very refreshing, very light, but it's also a wonderful blend of flavors. So we have the tartness of our fresh raspberries, we have the sweetness of our pineapple juice, and that blends with the tart yet sweet strawberries that we have. And then we have the amazing aroma from the basil leaf that just hits you right before you take a sip. And everyone knows that taste and smell go together. So those two senses are definitely entangled when you take a sip. And I'm going to take another sip because this is just, it's amazing. So once again, I would like to thank Comfy Art for letting me come on and have this segment with y'all and do such a wonderful time. Once again, thank you to Sun Music for being one of our sponsors. If you're watching at home and you're making this, please don't hesitate to leave a comment and let us know how amazing this is and how much you enjoyed making it. Thank you for all the other partners who are having sessions today. DJ Hourglass is up next. She's going to have a wonderful art of DJing for you. She's a wonderful artist I've had the pleasure of working with and being in the audience to just be able to see her showcase her skills in a myriad of locations, from concerts to showcases and even brunch parties. I used to bartend a couple of brunch parties, and DJ Hourglass would provide the tune. So we have a wonderful, wonderful cast of artists lined up who are coming up next, and I hope you all have a wonderful time, and I can't wait for you to enjoy everything that we have in store for you today. So once again, this is Riggs, and this is the Art of Mixology. Thank you.
I am Mariam Moma, visual artist, Tanzanian Nigerian, living in Atlanta, and I'm in the comfy zone. So I've been in the arts for quite some time. I studied at Temple Tyler School of Art. It was a 5-year program, Bachelor of Architecture, and all the while I was modeling in New York, hopping on the Chinatown bus, running to go model, going to go-sees, doing all these things in New York City, and then coming back to go to class or go to school. And I think from my work, you can definitely see the influence of fashion, because I was in the fashion industry, working in the fashion industry for quite some time as a model. So I worked at the New School, Parsons New School, for a really long time. I would have my booker book my schedule 6 months in advance so I could travel around my work, work around the world, visit family. And while I had that job, I would say, I pretty much took fashion school for free. Within those classes, literally sitting in class with those students to cut fabric on me, to test color, to have me stand and sketch. I learned so much about color, vibrancy, pattern, fabrics, textiles. And in my work, while it's very organic and I kind of let things flow, it's minimalist, there's a lot of influence with the way I handle balance and color from what I learned in free fashion school. I always found myself gravitating towards things that will put me in rooms with artists and put me in rooms with creators. In terms of inspiration, I think in the way that we love, it shows through my work. There's a delicacy there. There's intent, structure. I look up to architects that have very organic design style, like Frank Lloyd Wright, Alexander Calder. There's other artists here in the city, Tracy Murrell, great inspiration. Her manifestation, the way she puts knife to paper. So in terms of my process, as you can see, I have a lot of paper, a lot of color laid out. I like to walk around in this room, even while working on current projects, and see pieces of paper or color or hues or textures that inspire me. I lay them out like this so I can quickly see and put pieces together around the room that may not necessarily have been sitting together. I have several projects that I work on simultaneously. My goal is to remain fluid throughout this entire process as the world changes. I think we should be open and kind of ready to flow with what comes naturally. Even in times when I create pieces around trauma, you still find that lining of hope.
I believe artists should be able to have health care, and a decent car and own a house. Like I don't believe in the starving artists. Yeah.
Now I wanna hear about your bread till you rich enough not get shot by the police. Can't catch this wave, now with your do-rag. We taking them shackles off. I want the gold rings like my uncle in Saginaw. My bandwagon too heavy, I'm keeping it steady by taking that wagon off. Freeing myself from all the constraints, social media and weed, alcohol, sex addiction and greed is looking like a new Leezy to me. I'm blessed up, been running my checkup. How you beefing? You ain't never had you a life insurance or a checkup. Get your self-respect up. Been drowning in bullshit. From the neck down to the neck up and still found a way to be next up like what shit, what
They doing outstanding, running out of space on a damn bandwagon. Remember when they used to say I look too mannish? Black girl magic, y'all can't stand it, y'all can't ban it. Made out like a bandit, they've been trying hard just to make us all vanish. I suggest they put a flag on a whole nother planet. Jane Bond, never Jane Doe, and I Jane Go, never Sambo. Black and white, yeah, that's always been my camo. It's looking like y'all gon' need some more ammo. I cut 'em off, I cut 'em off, I cut 'em off like Van Gogh. Now, damn right, but I ain't go. I got away with murder, no scandal. Cue the violins and violas. We gave you life, we gave you birth, we gave you God, we gave you earth. We filmed the future, don't make it worse. You want the world, well what's it worth? Emoticons, Decepticons, and Autobots. Who twist the plot, who shot the sheriff?
In need of a bedroom pick-me-up? Comfy Art has just the thing. Beautiful accent home decor right at your fingertips. Fall in love with your room again and shop Comfy Art, available online at comfyart.com.
Hello, everybody. Hourglass.
Oh, what a lovely, precious dream. To be young, gifted, and
Hope you're enjoying this experience so far. Comfy Art, this has been amazing.
There's a million boys and girls who are
Painting every color for you. This is the Color Experience set brought to you by Sun Music. My name is Hourglass, representing Work Crew, based here in Atlanta, Georgia. Gotta start with my favorite, Alex Isley. It's called Colors. Definitely starting off smooth. Gonna be playing a few things from the new Comfy Art playlist. It's called The Color Experience. Check it out on Apple Music, Spotify.
Shit true, yeah, you do, baby. So let me take away your pain, give me all of your emotions. Land it like a plane on my back if you can't hold it. Life is but a dream that you manifested slowly. So fuck a fantasy, this your motherfucking moment.
Listen to the lyrics. It's your motherfucking moment.
It's your motherfucking moment.
This is off of the Comfy Art playlist. It's India Sean, Moving On. Gonna be dancing in just a second. This is the art of music.
Get yourself out of them blues, you gotta give it to you. Ain't nobody got you like you. Let it show, we gon' shine like gods today. Look down on the stars of what we made. When you've been so low, it's only one way to go, one way to go.
Diamonds on my wrist, watch 24 gold, shining on you so hard.
When you've been down so long, one way to go.
Switching on you, crisscross to the floor, give me more, don't stop. Shining on you, go hard.
I've been down for too long, now I'm moving on like I should. I just wanna feel good. I've been down, I'm getting low again. Going up till I'm all back. Moving on like I should. I just wanna feel good. I've been down, I'm getting low.
Let's whine. Let me do a little body roll action in the chat. Shout out to all my bag ladies, bag gents, bag gender queers. Let's let it go. Design and Muse.
Bag lady, you don't hurt your back. Dragging on them bags like that. I guess nobody ever told you all you must hold on to is you, is you, is you. One day, all them bags don't get in your way. One day, all them bags don't get in your way. I said one day, all them bags don't get in your way. One day, all them bags don't get in your way.
Sing it. Unless you're ordering from Comfy Art. Another artist featured on the Comfy Art playlist. She goes by the name of Kirby. It's called We Don't Funk. So smooth.
bottom of my lungs, a nigga be blowing, spitting this game. Coming up on you from the south, the ATLians ain't changed. Cooler than most players.
Gotta play some Outkast. I'm here in Atlanta, Georgia. Where are y'all at? Let me know in the chat.
Fallacy, but if we speak not fiction. People been pulling your guards, looking at Jerry Curls, you bitches. Every time I rhyme for y'all, I'm looking to prove a point. Kicking a freestyle every now and then, but mostly after joint. See, I smoke good, cause it go good with them flows. Why? The nigga the B.I.G. like Tony Rich, nobody knows why. But me and my folks, cause y'all niggas joke just like the Joker. I'm sick of these whack ass rappers like I'm tired of hoes with chokers.
Who them boys that be having a crunk every occasion? This side niggas dustin', that side niggas lacing. But in the middle we stay calm, we just drop bombs. Asking where we come from, South
Yeah, Massachusetts in here.
Dope boys in a Cadillac. It's just two dope boys in a Cadillac.
So sucker MC stepped up to me, challenged Andre to a battle, and I stood there patiently as he spit and stumbled over cliches. So calm freestyling, whole purpose is to make me feel look. I guess it's wild, and I say look why I ain't for that fuck shit. So fuck this, let me explain only child style, so you don't.
So right, could make a baby tonight, throw my life away. Oh, I'll die another
Lilian
day.
Lahavas.
Feels like
Also featured on the Comfy Art Design and Muse playlist. Got Virginia in here, shawty.
Those eyes caught by surprise. If I look again, oh, what's gonna happen then? Sweet joy when a girl meets a boy, it happened naturally. Little believe, could you possibly be any closer to me, boy? Not a thing you can do, 'cause I'm coming for you. Yes, it's time. Hourglass. Seek and you will find. It's love, nothing more. What are you waiting for?
What you do in your home is your business. Shout out to anyone that might be lighting a little something up. You might be lighting sage or something else, you know. Wink, wink. Comfy Art, the color experience. Shout out to Sun Music.
Give me some brew and I might just chill. But I'm the type that like to light another joint like Cypress Hill. I still do be spit loogies when I puff on it. I got some bucks on it, but it ain't enough on it. Go get the S to D-I-D-E-S. Nevertheless, I'm hella fresh, rolling joints like a cigarette. So pass it across the table like ping pong. I'm gone, beating my chest like King Kong. It's on, wrap my lips around the 40. And when it comes to getting another stogie, fools all kick in like Shinobi. Know me ain't my homie to begin with. It's too many hands to be. Probably let my friend hit bitch. Unless you pull out the fat crispy $5 bill on the real before it's history. The fools be having them vacuum lungs. And if you let them hit them, bring you hella dumb.
Contemplated, meditated, should've waited, shouldn't have dated. You seem irritated, baby. Why you never stayed? Hourglass. I can feel you fading off. We're not gonna make it off. Guess you cannot take it. Guess it's worth saying. It's none of your concern anymore. None of your concern. Is it even worth it at all? Is it even worth it? Is it gonna work anymore? Is it gonna work? Am I being hurt anymore? Am I being hurt?
Got about like 20 more minutes. Gonna crank it up a notch, get you warmed up for the next act.
Hourglass.
Mercy. What you gonna go on? Here much man gonna run. They all walk like a champion, talk like a champion. What a piece of money, girl, tell me where you get it from. Up on your entrance, pam 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 pam. Girl, let me in me that thing where you are waiting for. Walk like a champion, talk like a champion. What a piece of money, girl, tell me where you get it from. Up on your entrance, pam pam
Yes, virtual breakout.
Some man say them a ride about them a zip saddle, and I think say them a dolly but them a wiggle waggle. So if them want you bend down, girl, don't help them oh, 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 oh. Girl, don't goggle. And when you go up them a road and them a bus muggle, just chat them with your friend, girl, and giggle. Cause you have the upper hand right, you know. Oh, 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 oh. Girl, you never goggle. Be careful when you jumping on my saddle. Boy, you can't ride, try no bother goggle. Some man say them a ride about them a zip saddle, and I think say them a dolly but them a wiggle waggle. So if them want you bend down, y'all don't help them oh, 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 oh. Y'all don't goggle. And when you buck them a road and them a bus muggle, just chat them with your friend, y'all, and giggle. Cause you have the upper hand right, you know. Oh, 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 oh. Y'all, you never goggle. You never goggle, so we can't tell him friend nothing. I am dropped himself and that's a big song. Get on it, everyone can know nothing. Text say you're talking in when I'm done. Boy, say them sometimes start to come on. Guess what, you gotta be like a gun. Step on your little tip on your belly button, boy. What a done, boy, what a done. Some man say them a ride about them a zip saddle, and I think say them a dolly but them a wiggle waggle. So when them want you bend down, y'all don't help them oh, 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 oh. Y'all don't goggle. When you buck them a road and them a bus muggle, just chat them with your friend, y'all, and giggle. Cause you have the upper hand right, you know. Y'all, you never goggle.
Let me get a little bounce action. Let me know if you're dancing. What are you doing in the house right now? We're tuned in to Color Experience. Flex for the Grammy. I need bounce, bounce. I saw someone in the chat so they had to do the Mary dance, so I had to do it. Deanna's hitting it. Hey, get them knees up. I can't. Some of you may know, but I have an R&B party called the Groove ATL. Let's get into my bag. I believe that women are arts, so I had to play this one.
It's the tattoo on your back and that brand new Louis bag with the matching high heels. I can't help 'cause girl, your swag's the truth.
Work crew.
This one I gotta do with the job. Me, I no get time for the job. The cover my face, calling me da. Biggie man, wait until you get da. What's it come? G-Wagon, all the friends, they get them right. And the feet, die for nothing. What's it come? G-Wagon, all the friends, they get them right. I know die for nothing.
She says she really grew up poor like me. Don't believe in nothing but the Almighty. Just a little jeans and a pure white.
In one of the segments earlier, I saw a lot of discussion. I heard a lot of discussion about more black representation of women in the arts, and I really appreciate that. Shout out to all my brown-skinned women, girls everywhere.
Tonight I might fall in love, depending on how you hold me. I'm glad that I'm calming down. Can't let no one control
Big up Sun Music.
Color
Experience. I'm gonna be back on a little later in the evening.
Remember what mama told me, brown skin girl. Your skin just like pearls. Your back against the world. I never tried you for anybody else. A brown skin girl. Your skin just like pearls.
Hourglass.
I never tried you for anybody else.
Pose like a trophy when Naomi's walking. She need an Oscar for that pretty dark skin. Pretty like Lupita when the camera's closing. Grip broke the levee when my killer's rolling. I think tonight she might pray her praise. Melanin too dark to throw her shade. She minds her business and winds her waist. Go like 24K. Okay.
Tonight I might fall in love, depending on how you hold me. I'm glad that I'm calming down. Can't let no one come control me. Keep dancing and call it love. She fighting but falling slowly. If ever you are in doubt, remember what mama told me. Brown skin girl, your skin just like pearls. You're back against the world. I never tried you for anybody else. Brown skin girl, your skin just like pearls. The best thing about the world. I never tried you for anybody else.
appreciate Comfy Art for repping for the culture.
I need a lover. I need someone who understands.
Hey, thank you, Tiffany. If you're enjoying me, I do a lot of shows on Twitch. Follow me, DJ Hourglass, on Instagram, all that. If you want to stream later, might be a little after party for Comfy Art at 9 p.m. Since we're creating art and talking about it, I'm going to try to create something on the spot. Let's see how it sounds. Hope you're still moving. Comfy Art. Just a few minutes left till we move on. It's been a great time. I'll be back on at 6:30 Eastern Time. And a special thank you to our sponsor, Sun Music, Graphic Artists Guild, General Assembly. I hope you enjoyed that cocktail that Riggs made earlier. Soon as this is done, I'm about to head right to the kitchen and try to recreate it. Wish me luck. Once again, Comfy Art Color Experience. So much more left. It's been amazing so far. Once again, my name is Hourglass. Here in Atlanta, Georgia, representing Work Crew. We worldwide, baby. Art is worldwide. Shout out to everyone chilling. You might be in a white tee. Just like this track, Summer Walker, Flip by Leon's. That Atlanta bass, a classic. Gonna leave you with this last song. Hope you're enjoying the conference.
You said you never had it good, babe. never knew I could, babe. But if you let me
Appreciate everyone that's been vibing out to me.
I can work it till you do, babe. In the morning, freak it like you want it. If you like it real kinky, I can freak it how you need it. I can freak it like you want it. Straight rub you like a genie. I can freak it like you need it. So baby, come and see me. I can freak it. You never had it like I do it. But if you let me, I can prove it. Like a horny little rabbit. Smack the ass, she's got to have it. And if you think I'm telling lies, babe, then open up your sweet surprise, babe. I'm like an appetite that's hungry. And you can have some freaky fun with me.
So this has been so much fun, y'all. Stay locked. We have so much more of Comfy Art Color Experience left. My name is Hourglass. I'll be back at 6:30. Appreciate y'all.
Hi, everybody. How y'all doing today? I'm Yami, aka Miss Yami Mommy, however you might have heard of me before or have not. And I am super excited to join you guys for this fireside chat with New Face, who will be joining us in just a moment. But hey, guys, welcome to the Color Experience. How y'all been enjoying yourselves? Let me know, please. All right. Hey, New Face. Can you hear me? I can't quite hear you. Could you try that? Can you hear me now? Say something. I can't quite hear your mic at all. Yes. Let's see. All right. Well, anyways, guys, I'm glad to have you guys here. I'm hope y'all have been enjoying the experience thus far. We've been enjoying having you here. I know this is different for everybody to have to be at home and not be able to be in the same space as each other, but on the bright side, you get to enjoy it in the comfort of your home. I hope y'all enjoyed that amazing cocktail from Riggs there from our house. I hope y'all enjoyed Hourglass's amazing set. She will be coming back later on today. Shout out to all the sponsors, to the Graphic Arts Guild, to Sun Music. Shout out to Comfy Art for having me. And I'm very excited to, hey, you in there? Oh, dang. Still can't hear you, bro. Yeah. Try from your phone, and then at least I could hear you. So that sometimes you have to turn on your, let's see. Hello. Well, no worries. We're about to start in just a second. Thank you guys for being patient with us. You'll be back. No worries. Well, while he gets ready and everything gets, y'all understand how we are still curving into this new normal of trying to be virtual everything in the meantime, in between this pandemic of COVID-19. I hope everybody's wearing their masks. I hope everybody's taking care of themselves the best they can, building up their immunity and such. You know, we're all out here trying to do our best right now, so no judgment, you know.
Hello, mic check. Mic check, mic check.
Yes, can you hear me?
Mic check. Yep.
And we're in there.
We're in there. Look at technology, man.
Look at technology. We figured it out, guys. Don't worry about it. We still in here.
Yeah.
How you doing today?
I'm fabulous. Is my I know it told me to turn it horizontally. Am I straight or we on the same?
Yeah, we Gucci. Don't you fret. We got you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So yes, Mr. Newface, welcome. How you feeling today?
I'm feeling fabulous, man. I'm full, spiritually full of all this black excellence, all this queendom, all this shiro we got going on in this comfy art. And I'm proud to be a part of it, man. I'm always like the watcher watching it from the outside, but to be a part of it is truly an honor, and to be on here live with yourself is too. So I'm blessed.
You definitely play a role. So let's just get right into it. Let's just go straight into it. We already lost a little bit of time. So I've heard you say that you started collecting hip hop memorabilia through your father's influence. And exactly how did he inspire you to begin?
He took me to my first hip hop show. My first hip hop show, I didn't even know what I was going to, and he just got us me and my cousin and him. We all got matching. Took us to the mall. We got matching Adidas suits with the 3 stripes, with the shirts, the shoes. And that was, as a little boy, with in that time with his father doing that was enough for me. But he followed that up with going to Cobo Hall, and I first seen 3 white boys on stage, and I ended up being Beastie Boys and one dude on the radio, and that was LL, closed out by Run DMC.
Ooh.
Seeing that,
that's crazy.
Seeing that as my first hip hop show to now, is just really what inspired me to kind of be enamored in that, and it always helped me remember my father and that shit too.
Okay, so do you see yourself as a bit of a hip hop historian of sorts?
I was always called that, and it bothered me because when I thought of historian, I always thought of the nerd guy with the glasses and I kind of, and it's funny because my name is Newface, so I kind of had to put a spin on that. So I'm not the historian to where somebody be like, yo, what date was it when that came out? But what I remember is the energy I felt when I first bought something, or when I first witnessed something, or when I first met somebody. That's kind of what I treasure, and that's the historical purpose in that. So I'm not the kind of be like, if you give me a date, November 18th, I may have the pictures and I may have been there, but off the top of my head, I got so many memories, it's hard to keep track like that. But I'm a historian in that sense.
You're a historian of vibes.
There you go. I like that.
I do what I can. You said you went for tapes every Tuesday and felines every Friday in a previous interview. So how many pair of felines did you actually own? Out of curiosity, pure curiosity.
That's funny because I've been, quarantine, have you clean out in my closet. Right now I have 33 pair of felines. Because I give
Seriously?
I give them their own row. So it's
Of course you do. Of course you do.
And with feline, they really the same style, but it's just different colors. I've noticed, I've bought the cream pair. I bought the cream pair maybe 3 times, but it's something about, it's like Air Force Ones. Once you crease that toe up, it's
it's over with.
Yeah, in Detroit, we heavy on fashion, so I gotta stay 10 toes with that and make sure I represent my city well.
So does that mean that you have kept everything?
Yeah. I mean, my earliest thing is the baby doll that my mother bought me, and that baby doll was 2 years prior, and I still have that in my bathroom.
That's crazy.
This
so
toy right here is I played with as a kid, and this back of it says 1980, and this was the original pocket Simon. You push.
That was before I was born.
Yeah, and this right here, this was featured in E.T. So this is speak and spell. It taught you how to read, and so you push that.
Oh, it's lit.
And it still worked.
That is so fire.
Yeah, I keep all that. I keep it all. I just remember my grandmother always telling me everything that's old becomes new again, and everything that's in style goes out of style and eventually comes back. So I kind of learned that through her, and I always just never kept anything. And then a lot of my uncles went to war or the army or jail, and I always heard when they went away, or they got rid of it, or it got rained on, or people just didn't value as much as them. So I took it upon myself to kind of value my own things, or other people gave me too.
That's real. And you're originally from Detroit. So what brought you to Atlanta?
Long story short, Freaknik. like in the extended version of that is Do the Right Thing. Films like Do the Right Thing and
Okay.
sitcoms like Different World. Like Detroit, while it is a black mecca, what I was involved in was more of a street side of the black side of it, or the hustler
Okay.
side of it, or the the criminal mindset of it all. So, and then you have like plants. Like plants were big there. Chrysler, Ford, plants, things like that. So, and I grew up as an artist. So once I seen like that many black people gathered around, and I seen this new music coming out, like things like that, I was like, okay, I wanted to be a part of that. And so there was a college trip that they had in Detroit. It was alumni from Clark Atlanta University, and they had a trip where you can go in there and do college tours and experience Atlanta in that way. So we went, and like that was Freaknik '94. Like we did the tour of all the AUCs and everything over there, and then while we were finished, they was like, y'all can kind of have a free time. And then that was Freaknik. Like I was just like a kid in a candy store, like, what the, like, this is beautiful. Like, look at this, the music, the vibes, the food, the experiences,
Exactly.
the lovely girls, like everything. People walking around with snakes around their neck, pit bulls, like just everything, celebrities and everything. Somebody considered somebody was kind of there. Like you would just run into like Raheem the Dream or Too Short or Redman, Jermaine Dupri, Chris Carter. Like you was just running into them randomly, like at Lenox Mall. So I just needed to find a way to get back to that. That's really what me coming down here was about.
Do you feel that it gave you exactly what you look for?
Oh, most definitely. That's why I never went back. Like I never went back, and everybody that visits me from Detroit, like I'm still like selling them, and I'm still like the tour guide. Like I'm still like,
right.
I was able to bring my mother, a couple cousins. Like I've been like Harriet Tubman, like giving them the Underground Railroad to Atlanta. Like this is the life. You don't know this freedom down here. This is not, I don't want to say
It's the
Wakanda, but
Black
like
Mecca.
that's it. Black Hollywood. Like it's so many opportunities here, and I've seen people attached to them opportunities just by being in the room. So that was definitely what made it a sell for me. So yeah, I definitely never went back.
Okay. And so moving on to the actual art.
Mm-hmm.
New underground fashion always creates excellence.
Mm-hmm.
How does that statement still ring true to you as a person and a creator? That being what New Face stands for.
When I read it just reminds me of that earlier essence. Because when you say new underground fashion, like I always needed to find a way to be in the room, but be of value in the room. So when you say new underground fashion, when you walk in the room, a lot of people didn't know me. So I made myself known by giving away something, giving away either art. At that time, it was clothing. I used to sell clothes. So I used to sell like Iceberg, Fubu, Coogee sweaters. Back in that whole era, the baggy jean eras, like, I was a Nietzsche, Academics, Rockaware, G Unit clothing, like all those hip hop clothing. I was either giving them away or kind of just in essence, as I look back, I was styling videos. I was styling the artists or the comedians that went on stage because they ended up wearing my clothes on stage or in videos, MTV. Like some of my shirts were in Nivea's video with Little John and Young Bloods. Ludacris is Georgia with Field Mob. So like you can look back and see some of my clothes in there. And then Always Create Excellent was just to give me a bar to kind of to stay above and keep my head, always try to do something with integrity and be genuine about it. So that was just like a reminder to myself.
And how has that reminder held true till today?
Those relationships, like relationships is really important. And if you look at the fabric of all the winners and all the Black excellence that we do have here, it started with relationships, and those people keeping those relationships from day one, from those college days. Everybody that went to college, or like you hear stories like Kasim Reed being Backbone's lawyer back in the day, or Big Meech's lawyer. Like you hear stories like that, and or like Jason Jeter being an intern at Patchwork, and that's where he met Tip and Clay. Like you would just hear, I would hear stories like that, and then Atlanta was one of them small cities to where like I seen people kind of screw people over, and then they still felt kind of comfortable walking around, and I just didn't want to be that. Like, I always was big on relationships and how people felt about me, so I wanted to be, if I'm about to come in the room, I want somebody at least smile and know that I'm coming with either good news or appreciation of them. But I just seen people like you always having bad news, or they always with their hand out, so I never want to be that person. So that's one thing that kind of stays true is my relationships. I believe in it was social currency at first, but I have a daughter and I named her Karma, so I started calling it karma currency. Like what you put out in the universe kind of comes back to you, and right now I'm kind of seeing the fruits of that, those seeds that I planted decades ago in the city, paying off with the relationships and people that I've met that supported me, and I've supported them thus far.
That's beautiful. And how has your art evolved since the beginning of New Face?
Before it was more of a abstract thing to where I wanted people to kind of take their own images of it, to look at it and have their own perception, to me kind of guiding them into the message that I wanted to portray. It's similar to like me doing these podcasts and speaking. Like I always was considered, like in Highlander, they have this thing called watchers. Like I was more comfortable watching and taking notes and soaking that information and energy all the way in. But one thing that Afeni Shakur taught me is like one day the student becomes the teacher. So like with age and wisdom, you have that role to kind of give back and share the information of the land that you've learned to hopefully, like Tupac says, I may not change the world, but I may spark the brain that will. So you never know what that information that you have can help somebody else, because it's been multiple rooms that I've been in, and just that experience alone has walked me in another building or another opportunity and that type of thing. So like I love that phrase where they say where opportunity, people speak opportunity even when you're not in the room. Like I wanted to be that when people speak your name and they speak highly of you, because I have kids, and so when I have these experiences, I want them to look at that and see what kind of beneficial relationships look like, and what somebody is not taking advantage of somebody. Because I don't do things like when I'm with these artists that now have become my friends, I didn't need them to do anything, or I didn't have anything to pitch or to sell. I was just showing my appreciation, and possibly, they were signing something, but that was it. I just wanted to say, thank you. Like that's really where it's always started from. Just me face to face telling you thank you. Like I've had 10 years of your album discography, and I grew up on it, or how like Outkast changed my entire life, or the Wu-Tang. Like it's just me giving them that moment and giving them their flowers while they're here. And that's really that goal.
That's real. And do you feel that your particular role in being the person that has, with you being the person that has been the particular role that has kept up with all these relationships and all this time, do you feel that that puts you in a unique space in this digital era where it's no longer, where relationships need, in a sense, have been translated into physical attributes such as followers and data and things of that nature now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, definitely, because now I find myself when albums or artists are having anniversaries, like Jeezy is the 15th anniversary of Thug Motivation 101. So like I'll post that, and it's almost, in a sense, I'm almost reminding the artist, because sometimes they'll post right after me like, yeah, my album came out 15 years ago. And so I'm like, I never get that, oh, he took my post or he took my picture. Like I'm for the culture, so that's what I kind of do it for.
Right.
But I've noticed I've started reminding even their own artists of their release dates or things like that. And sometimes when I'm getting stuff autographed, one of the best things that I hear is like, I don't even have that. Like the artist is even like, yo, I don't even have a copy of this. Like, how you still got that? So that kind of makes my day and makes it worthwhile too.
It makes it kind of relatable. Like you reminded them of a piece of themselves that they kind of forgot for a moment.
Exactly. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
And okay, you did mention in a previous interview that you always got your tapes from Columbia House, right? And since we're talking about analog to digital age, what would you say is comparable to Columbia House today?
It's kind of like a static. Is it? Do you hear that on your side or no?
I hear that too, but I've just been trying to ignore it. I just thought that that was like just us, you know. I'm gonna try.
Say the question again.
Can you hear me?
Oh, well, yeah. What was the question again?
I was saying that you were, as we were talking about digital versus analog age. How do you feel? And you once before mentioned that you got all your tapes from Columbia House every Tuesday. So, with that said, what would you think is comparable to the way Columbia House produced the brand new music and released it consistently? What is that today to you?
What I will say is that the consumption of music is greater now because you have like albums coming out every week. Like there's this new album coming out, so it's a harder, faster consumption time. But the kind of the same things is true. It's just the real music and the good music always elevates to the top. Like the good music always makes its round to the right people. Um, I was always buying it. Like, so the only difference that I miss is that experience of going into a tape store, a record shop, um, getting sometimes the music early or album signing days when the artist would be there at 12 midnight, like at Tower Records at Lenox. Like I've met So Def did out when Jermaine Dupri's album came out, a Goody Mob's album came out. I was there at Tower.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so I do miss that aspect of it because they're not even releasing physical music anymore. It's all on stream. So like that's where the difference in that, like everything is kind of digital. So you don't have those tangible things. I still collect magazines, but that's even becoming rare, like hip hop magazines and things like that. So those are some of the difference and things that are the same.
And as far as hip hop journalism and you being a fan of it, how do you feel that hip hop journalism? Do you agree with the statement or said fad that hip hop journalism is dead because now it's more pay for play as opposed to actually getting genuine media attention?
No, because the journalists that I know and I respect and value, they're still doing quality work, and I still support it, and I still see it, and I share it every time that I see it to let people know. So it's almost like when they say hip hop is dead, I'm like, what are you listening to? Or when they say, oh, it's always just this Cardi B WAP, like they're talking about why the girls got to be the scammers and the meg. Sounds like, but there's a Rhapsody too. Like there's these Lachey Lenoir, and there's these other artists, there's other opportunities, there's other people. So you don't just have to be that hip hop is dead or this journalism is dead. I can give you 10 journalists that I know off the top, like Rodney Carmichael, Brandon Peters, Maurice Garland, Elliott Wilson, Daquan, Daryl Henderson. Like I can go on and on about the journalists that I know are still doing quality work, and Jamil Hill and her platform and things like that. So I never subscribe to that feeling at all.
You spoke of fatherhood affecting your career, your lifestyle dramatically in the past. So how do you feel that it's best affected your creative career?
It's gave me a drive. It's given me motivation. It's gave me inspiration to keep going because they've been born into it. So they've seen me spend a whole day with them, going bowling or to the movies, and then it's like, okay, that's daddy mode. Y'all, good night. Read your bedtime story. I'm about to go into new face mode, and that's where I would probably go to a club event or a concert, and then I do all that, and then I'm there when they wake up, and I'm telling them what happened last night, or I'm showing them concert footage, or I'm showing them me meeting the artist, and sometimes I get shout outs from the artist just to let them know, like, this is, while it looks like fun, like it's passion for me. So I'm showing them that there's a motivation, there's a reason that I'm doing this. And so now when they come in and they seeing interviews like this, or press about what I do, they're able to see something tangible, what their father was doing, and they can be proud of. Like that was my only kind of purpose, that they're able to see, because it's not a job, so it's not like there's a check attached to it. People attach money to like success. So what I do is passion driven. So everything that I receive, some people might not value it as valuable, but it's priceless to me because I couldn't even pay for some of the experiences that I've been a part of. And sometimes even my children have been there, and they've been able to experience things that I couldn't even fathom how much, or put a price tag on it. You know what I'm saying? So that experience and letting them see that is one of the best experiences at all. And even when they have new artists that they love, like I took my daughter to see Little Baby and Little Yachty, and while I may not be their biggest fan, to see them saying, you know, drip and be front row, like I'm looking at them like maybe what my father looked like to me when he took me my first show. Like I'm always trying to recreate that moment, because the things you buy for your children, those can get older, they can get lost, but it's always about the experiences or the memories that last forever.
Right. And that's definitely something very priceless. I feel like we all have learned that from this COVID-19, this entire 2020. I feel like if there's one thing we have learned is the small things, is those moments, is those memories, those people that make you feel alive. That's all that really matters. Everything else is just mundane. None of that really matters as much as those things. So if anything, I completely commend you for your continuous efforts and pushing that culture forward, even for your kids, even in your fatherhood. And then you spoke of you constantly learning from your kids. What have you learned lately?
About new artists. Like my daughter, I didn't even know about Mulatto, and I took her to a Buckhead concert. That Gunner was the main performer, and Moneybag Yo, but Mulatto was one of the features on it. But that was I took my daughter because she was a fan of that. You know what I'm saying? So I took her, and to see her be like a fan, and I'm just like daddy mode, and she was able to go on stage with Mulatto and be part of the show, and then I backstage, like she started freestyling for Mulatto, and Mulatto was listening to her, and I'm like first, like, dang, knowing who Mulatto is, but also like, dang, my daughter's freestyle, my daughter raps, like.
Oh, you never knew?
Never knew until till she was backstage and Mulatto was bobbing her head, and I'm listening like, I'm like a fan too, like, huh? You know, so things like
that's amazing
that. Though. And then my children, like, and I mean, it's a little bit somber, but like my daughter put me on the Juice World, and to see them be a fan of him, and then see them get that loss, and you know, that type of thing, and even Extension, like those are people that they kind of put me on, and to see and to have to kind of experience loss through their eyes was kind of, I had to be there and be that person for them too. So that was kind of difficult. And then that's during the time with Nipsey. So it's like you get those moments all over again, like with Tupac and Big Pun and Easy and Aaliyah. Like I was starting to have those emotions, but I had to kind of guide them through it. Like somebody had to guide me through it as a kid. So I had to kind of put my strong face on and tell them, you know, life goes on, but you remember those people and keep their legacy alive. And while their physical is going, their energy never dies. So whatever you learn, kind of share it with other people.
And you spoke about one thing that you in just conversation with you in the past, you spoke about giving people their flowers while they're still here, and that kind of being your mission in a sense. You understanding that you wanted to give people their flowers. And with that said, was there a particular experience that triggered that in you? Or is that something that just has been inherent, that you just always knew that you just wanted to support people, and that was kind of like your mission, is to keep people motivated and get them going? Because I see you kind of as a pillar of that. Every time I see you at an event, every time I see you anywhere coming to support someone, like I see you really motivational in that sense. So was that on purpose, or was that something that you just kind of gravitated to?
Kind of gravitated to, because it started with, like, when I initially got to Atlanta, I probably found myself going back to Detroit, my hometown, for funerals, like a lot, until I kind of was like immune to death. So it gave me a greater appreciation for those experiences that I had with those people. But it made me appreciate life more too. And then it made me appreciate the relationships that I do have, and the relationships that I continue to water over the years. So it just gave me a greater appreciation to it. But my love of hip hop made it gravitate over to that, you know, by being a fan of Combat Jack, RIP Reggie Osei of the Combat Jack show, or my good friend Noriega from Capone and Noriega. Like, that's kind of a platform that they built with their podcast, is just basically giving flowers to the people that kind of, you know, hip hop is very young genre. We're at least about 50, and that's still like baby years compared to other genres of music. But with that being said, you have people that have rapped for maybe 5 or 10 years, and then they're kind of moved on, and then you got this new school, and the radio is all about the new artists. But what happens to those artists? What radio station do we have for them, and what platform do we have for them? So I had to kind of.
But would we want a radio station per se? Would we want? Would we want that today? In your opinion, honestly, when you have the option of picking what you're going to play next, would you prefer somebody picking it for you?
I prefer somebody picking it for me, yeah, definitely. But I've seen the success of Rock the Bell's platform with LL Cool J, and that's kind of what that is, that platform for those. I've seen the artists be loved or appreciate their music being on that platform, and even the younger people having a place to go to even learn the stuff, you know, because while my children teach me, I'm also teaching them about the hip hop too. Like there's one
the history.
The history. Like one of my favorite album covers I kind of remade, well, not album covers, but this cover here, if you can see, it was Death Row.
Yeah, I remember that one.
So I kind of remade that in a photo shoot with my children. But before that happened, I had to give them a history of what that was and what that meant to me and what that meant to hip hop and how important that opportunity was for me.
Exactly.
So I use that. I use hip hop as a teaching mechanism too, because hip hop, you know, is about repetition, and really at the core, hip hop is about teaching, because they were once our first CNN, they were our TMZ, they were our news. Like, you had brutality in LA, police brutality, but it wasn't until, you know, NWA's Fuck the Police or those riot videos where you seen the Rodney King beatings, or you seen the music tell the story before the news. So I've always, you know, used hip hop as a teaching tool. Even if the first words on KRS-One is like, you must learn. You know, so those are things like Eggplant, like they had people on their covers that, you know, Marcus Garvey and Harriet Tubman and all those people that the schools only taught about, MLK, Frederick Douglass. But what about those real people, you know, Huey P. Newton, Fred Hampton? Like, who's going to teach those? So I use hip hop as a way to kind of, you know, psychologically teach my children and other people that, you know, it's a learning tool. It's a learning tool.
Understood. One last question for you before we close out, though. Definitely. You being a constant supporter of hip hop, constant supporter of the culture, how can people support you? What can people do to support New Face right now in 2020? What can we do?
Well, I haven't said this on any platform, so this is an exclusive. You can always go on my website or Instagram. It's New Face, and there's a platform and there's a GoFundMe. But that was for an A3C show, but it's been updated because on November 6th at the Vault Gallery, AW Artists and New Face presents Nostalgia 2020. I'm gonna have a hip hop collection, a hip hop art fusion influence art showcase at the Vault Gallery, featuring many facets of my collection, my autographs. I got about 4 signature headlining pieces. I'm gonna have like showcases. I'm gonna have food trucks. I'm gonna have, and it's based off my name and what I do. So it's called New Face Presents. Instead of nostalgia, it's called Nostalgia. So
nice.
You know, stay tuned for that. There's gonna be an Instagram page for that. But yeah, just stay tuned for that, and definitely just keep being great. Like, that's what I just like to see my people win. So any building that I'm in is because I love them, I support them, and I just want to see our people win, and I want to support them to the fullest. And just to be able to say New Face was there to see it, nothing more, nothing less. I'm proud of everybody that's a part of this too. Shout out to Sun Music.
Okay. So because you're about to do this major conglomerate collection, what have you been doing to prepare yourself for it?
Looking through my collection, my table, it's stuff all over, picking the right pieces that I wanted to be a part of it, selecting the artist work that I want to hang on the wall, curating it, what I want people to take from it. We're gonna have a merch launch that's a part of it. So, and then still just going to the shows that are a part of it, because I'm still collecting the drive-in shows. A lot of people are doing drive-in concerts. So I just recently saw Goody Mob and Mystical. So I'm still doing the collective part. I'm still collecting pieces as we speak to kind of that I'm like, oh, this can be part of the show too. So right now it's just part of just building the show and building content too. A lot of my friends are saying I have to create content. So it's good to be on this and build a platform But I got a couple podcasts and then just some more news. Like expect a book, about 2 books coming too.
Ooh, exciting.
Yeah,
You're
so
a
I'm
big.
focused.
I wanted to ask you more questions, but I only have a limited amount of time. But regardless, thank you so much, New Phase. We appreciate you having you here. I appreciate you taking the time to chat with me. I've learned a lot. I am
Thank
expecting to see more from you very soon. So please keep a lookout. Let the people know your links. That way they can follow you. Let people know. Shout yourself out real quick. And yeah, right.
Shout out to you, first of all. Thank you to Comfy Art for helping me be a part of this. Atlanta Influences Everything. New Face was there.
You
New
already
Face
know.
on Twitter. New Face on Instagram. Nostalgia 2020 coming soon. And just be great, everybody. You know, and then I'm on my way to Black Friday on Saturdays on Edgewood, Killer Mike's Barbershop. We got Uncle Near's. We got Bankhead Seafood. I'm still supporting my Black people, not just on Friday. I'm always supporting 85 South Show. You catch me on 85 South Show, 80 Vibe Show, More Than Culture Show, Day One Radio, Drink Champs with Waka Flocka, like all those. You know,
Okay.
shout out. You can find me on all those, and then shout out to Nipsey Hussle, one of my motivation. He signed this tape right here. You know, this is one of his albums, one of his last albums.
Love it. Love it. Well, thank you so much for joining us, you guys. I'm Yami, aka Miss Yami Mommy. You can follow me at MISSYAMIMAMI on all social media platforms. We appreciate you guys. Thank you, Comfy Art, for having us. Sun Music, Graphic Artists Guild. Later, guys. We appreciate you guys.
Hey guys, my name is Rochelle. I am with Culinary Veg Out, and I want to thank Comfy Art for having me today. We're going to do a really fun recipe. It's going to be with okra. Now, I know a lot of people are not that crazy about okra, and usually because it's a little slimy, you don't find it in a lot of recipes, but we are actually going to do some okra today that we're going to roast in the oven. So I have my okra ready here. I've already prepared it. So pretty much what I'd like for you guys to do when you're preparing this recipe is soak your okra in some water and about a tablespoon of vinegar. And what that will do is that will actually extract the sliminess from the okra. It'll dry it up so that you don't have to worry about that portion of what happens with the okra. And just do it for about 10 to 15 minutes, and then you can move on with your recipe. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and prepare our okra. Like I said, I have some fresh okra here. If you live in Georgia, I purchased my okra from the DeKalb Farmers Market. It's a great place to go to get great produce, to get a whole bunch of really good products that are fresh that you can get and ready to prepare. So we're going to start cutting our okra. We are going to take just the tips off the back end, which is the stem. We're going to do that for each okra. We're also going to cut the okra long ways. And as you can see, I've cut it the long way. We're going to put that to the side. And eventually, once we have everything cut, we're going to toss it back into our bowl so that we can add our seasonings as well as our olive oil. Again, guys, I want you to have fun with this recipe. It's super easy. If you have children that really aren't interested in veggies, this is a great way to get them to like it, because once you get it out of the oven, it's nice and crispy, and we're also going to make a really tasty aioli with it. So once again, we're starting with about 2 pounds of okra, not a lot. We're going to get them all cut up, and then we're going to toss our olive oil as well as our garlic and the rest of our fresh seasonings. Now, just to give you guys a little bit of background about myself, I am currently a vegan. I started off a meat eater, as most of us were, and I went to culinary school and learned a lot about how meats are prepared and what they do to animals, which made me change my mind on how I wanted to eat. So with that being said, I transitioned into being a vegetarian. Actually, I'm sorry, I actually transitioned into being a pescatarian, where I ate fish and veggies, but mostly just fresh fish. And then I decided that I just wanted to do veggies. And when my two youngest children were born, they were born into not eating any meats, any dairy, any fish. I have one child that's really allergic to it, so we just kind of decided to cut that out of our diet as well, and to live the healthiest life that we could possibly live. So I adopted a way of living, of learning how to prepare a lot of vegan as well as vegetarian meals that are healthy and tasty, because there's this huge misperception that if you're only eating vegetables, that they're bland, they have no flavor. And also there's a misperception that all vegetarians and vegans eat tofu. And as a matter of fact, I do not, mainly because it's full of a lot of hormones. So I try to stay away from tofu. Okay, so I have all of my okra chopped, split in half. I'm gonna put it back into the bowl, as so. And I am going to add my olive oil. So I have 1.5 teaspoons of olive oil here that I'm going to add to the okra. You don't need a lot of oil. If you use too much oil, your okra is actually probably going to burn in the oven. I also have prepared here 1/2 teaspoon of freshly chopped garlic. So we're going to add the garlic as well. And then we are going to use 1/2 teaspoon of smoked paprika. You can find smoked paprika at any grocery store. You can find it at Sprouts. You can find it at Whole Foods. It has an amazing flavor, and it's not too spicy, but has a little bit of a kick. So for those people out there who are wimps about having spicy food, this is a good go-to. So we're just going to sprinkle that inside with our okra. And I also have a little bit of pink sea salt here. I like to use pink sea salt instead of regular table salt. It's definitely a lot healthier for you. And we are doing 1/2 teaspoon of sea salt. So we're sprinkling all of that in here. And we're going to go ahead and toss all of our ingredients together. And I have a baking sheet ready here, and my oven is already preheated to 400 degrees. So you want to preheat your oven to 400 degrees for the okra to bake in, and that's going to allow it to get nice and crispy. Don't worry about the seeds that are inside. Those seeds will cook up as well, and everything will be flavorful and crispy. Now, once we're placing our okra on our sheet pan, what I want you guys to do is I want you to take the okra, and you can see the green side. I want you to place the side down that has the seeds onto your parchment paper. So you're just going to line all of your okra up on your parchment paper, seed side down. I tend to get the okra that has a little bit of a length to it instead of the shorter ones, because when you get the okra that has a little bit of a length to it, it cooks up really evenly. It won't cook up too fast, and you don't have to worry about risking burning your okra in the oven. Okay, and once we have all of our okra on our sheet pan, and you can definitely have 2 sheet pans available if you don't have enough space on one. That's fine as well, depending on the size of your oven. The other thing I wanted to add is that for those of you out there that have air fryers, this is a great snack to cook up in an air fryer, or just to have as a precursor to whatever your meal is going to be. It takes about the same amount of time it does in your oven, 15 minutes on 400 degrees. Okay, so we have our okra on our sheet pan. As you can see, we're going to place this in our oven, 400 degrees for 15 minutes. waiting for our okra to cook up in our oven, we're gonna go ahead and put together our aioli. And I have the ingredients ready for our aioli as well. So what we're gonna do for our aioli is we're gonna use, I like to use Hellmann's vegan mayonnaise. Hellmann's makes a really great vegan mayonnaise, and what makes it vegan is that it has no eggs in it at all. Use whatever you like, use whatever works out for you. I would definitely recommend a mayonnaise and not a salad dressing. And the reason why I say that is because salad dressing has sugar in it, and it's gonna change the taste and the flavor of your aioli, okay? The other thing we're gonna use is we're gonna use some sriracha, and we're not gonna use a lot. Don't be afraid that it's gonna be too spicy because we're just using a pinch of sriracha, and we're gonna use some salt and pepper to taste, okay? So, have my bowl here, I have my whisk. We're gonna start off with 1 tablespoon of our mayo. And we're going to move on to our sriracha, and we are going to use 1/3 of a teaspoon of sriracha. And again, like I said, just a little bit of the sriracha. I like to add a little bit of cracked pink sea salt, so just a little, not a lot. And we're also going to use a little bit of freshly black cracked pepper. Okay, so we're gonna whisk that together for our aioli. You can definitely double the recipe on your aioli if you want. This is just going to be our dipping sauce for our okra. Okay, so I have my plating set up here for you guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and put my aioli here inside of my serving bowl. Okay. And I also have some fresh cilantro here that I'm going to chop up. I like the flavor of cilantro. It's very clean, very fresh. I actually grow it in my garden in the backyard. And the reason why I'm going to chop this up is because this is going to be our garnish for our okra once we take it out of the oven. It's just going to add a little bit more flavor to our okra. And it smells so good. I wish you guys were here to smell how fresh the cilantro is. It's one of my favorite herbs. And I love to use it in a lot of different dishes. And please, guys, don't be afraid to try out a lot of different flavor profiles with your herbs as well as your seasonings. All right, so we have our garnish together. I actually have already prepared some okra in advance so that I can show you guys how it comes out so we don't have to wait the entire 15 minutes that it's in the oven. So let me go ahead and grab that out. And I'm going to go ahead and plate our okra. Okay, so as you can see, our okra is cooked. It has shrunk a little bit in size, but it's absolutely amazing. Dip it in this little bit of aioli. Delicious. I promise you, your children are going to love it. Definitely try it out for them. And if you have any questions or you're interested in any recipes that are vegan or vegetarian, please check me out at culinaryvegout.com. I have a blog there. Excuse me while I chew on this. It's absolutely amazing. I do have a blog there that you guys can check out. I have a lot of great recipes on there. And if you have questions or any concerns or you just want to add comments, you definitely can do that as well. I also want to thank Comfy Art once again for this opportunity to show you guys this amazing recipe. There will definitely be more to come. And I would love to thank Sun Music for sponsoring this portion of the event. Thank you guys so much, and I hope to see you guys soon.
Hi, everybody. I am Sammy Approved, and I'm back for the Color Experience to Comfy Arts Design and Muse first ever virtual conference. I'm so excited to be here. I had to do a little wardrobe change. It was kind of hot. It's hot out here. Just a little bit about myself. I will be moderating this conversation with a lot of dope visual artists. My name is Sammy Approved. I'm a native of Atlanta, Georgia. And in a way, I'm an artist as well. I create content and I am a storyteller. So I'm excited to tell the stories of some really dope and amazing creatives, as well as, link you to some of their resources and things that they're doing, even in the midst of this like strange. So sorry about that, everybody. I don't know what happened, but we're going to try to keep it moving and hopefully just go ahead and start the conversation with these amazing artists. I want to give a special shout out to the Graphic Artists Guild, as well as all of our other sponsors for today. I hope you've been enjoying yourself and the color experience. Be sure that you hashtag the color experience, hashtag design and muse. Tag me if you like and enjoy the conversation. Chat with us, ask questions, and we're going to get started. All right. Hi.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
It's great. It's great. How are you guys?
Good.
Marvelous. Doing pretty marvelous.
Awesome. So I'm going to go ahead and just start this conversation the same way that I did with the initial panel that we had earlier. I'm so happy, George, to see you. So I'm gonna start with you first. George F. Baker III, to be exact. Yes. I believe I met you maybe the first design that I helped with. So it's good to see you again virtually this time. So if you could just tell us about yourself, just a little bit about yourself. I'm going to do my intro first, actually, just so you can kind of get an idea. And then, tell us about your art as well. So my name is Sammy Approved. Once again, I'm a native of Atlanta, Georgia. Right now, I currently am back and forth between Atlanta and Los Angeles. And I'm a content creator, creative storyteller, and I love conversations like these to really spotlight and highlight artists like you all. So, George, how about yourself?
Okay. Well, hello, everybody, and thanks so much for the introduction. My name is George F. Baker III. I am an illustrator and a muralist. It's actually my mural in the background that I'm out here working on. I just try to make sure to illustrate stuff with very beautiful imagery and beautiful messaging that can kind of help inspire people when they're having a bad day, because we all have them. So, yeah, that's what I love to do.
That is so dope. I didn't even realize this whole thing was going on behind you. Shout out to you.
Hey, trying to make it happen.
Hey, I like it. We'll talk about the mural in just a second. Who do I have up next? I'm sorry. Is this... Come on. Am I saying that right? Come on.
Come on. Come on.
Come on. I'm like, come on. Try to make it hella extra. Come on. How you doing?
Good. Yeah, I'm Kaman. I go by Kaman Sharif. I'm a painter, illustrator, artist, visual artist, and in the Stone Mountain, Atlanta area, and I do a little bit of everything, but yeah, just consider myself a visual artist.
Dope. Ladies, we'd be remiss to not introduce my ladies. Miriam, Moma. Hi. I think you're on mute, love.
Oh, I'm not muted, actually.
Oh, perfect. I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes. So my name is Mariam Moma. I'm a visual artist with a current core focus on collage art. I'm living and loving in Atlanta. I'm really excited to be a part of Design and Muse. It's been a wonderful experience thus far. I've been practicing as an artist for over 7 years. I studied architecture at Temple Tyler School of Art. And collage has been a platform or a canon, if you will, for me to celebrate Black life, Black legacy, self-reliance, building images and stories that I hope will be here long after I'm gone to elevate and to empower Black communities.
Absolutely. I love that. And we're going to touch on a few of those things as we get into the conversation. So definitely happy that you mentioned, like your focus and leaving something behind. That's awesome. All right. Last but not least, GW Harper. How are you? I think you are as well.
Can you hear me now? Sorry. My name is Gigi Reborn. I go by GW Harper. I'm a visual artist born and raised in Atlanta. I pretty much, my main arts are mixed media, watercolors, gouache, acrylic. My story is I've actually been a creative my whole life, but I was a nurse that kind of jumped ship to follow my passion. About 3 years ago, my husband realized this, bought me a starter art kit, sent me to a hotel and said, I have the girls for the weekend. You just paint your heart away, baby. I've been painting ever since. I started in my kitchen. I had a studio at the goat farm for a while. Now I'm in Serenbe and I'm down in their studio down here. So it's just been a crazy, wild journey. And I just love to infuse photos and pictures of my daughters. I have a 5 and 7-year-old into my work so that they can see their little brown faces in fine art. And that's their norm, and just being able to show them as an entrepreneur, as a Black woman, you can do anything. Mommy did it, so can we.
That is so awesome and so inspiring. I really love that, you have the support of your husband and your family to really catapult you into your next passion, because obviously, we have multiple passions. I think that's what we talked about earlier in our first conversation, is that we're all multifaceted. We have so many things that we have to offer. So it's cool that you went from nursing, helping people, and then going into art and helping in that way. So that's awesome.
Yeah, infusing my healthcare within my artwork, messages behind that. So
I love that so much. And it's actually funny, or not funny, but ironic, because my mom has been a nurse for almost 40 years and just recently retired. And it's kind of like going through that similar, like, what do I want to really put my energy into now, this phase in my life. But I wanted to speak on, just to start the conversation. I think it's a little bit different from what we talked about earlier, but important nonetheless. You talked about having the support of your husband to say, go paint, just paint your heart out. I think that's amazing. And not everybody necessarily has that, but for you all, how do you find that you have been supported through your artistic journey? We know that it hasn't probably always been super profitable. It may still be a struggle to, it's like here and there, like up and down, even in the midst of what's going on now. It's fortunate to see George here still doing his thing, a beautiful mural right behind him. But, how have you felt, continue to feel motivated and supported, be it you providing the support for yourself or family? Like, if anybody can answer that. George, did you have something?
Yeah, I can tap in on that. Well, I would say one of the things that has been great is that I've been supported directly and indirectly by both of my parents. So directly by my mom, where she's just like, okay, well, baby, if you want to try murals, I guess that's what we're going to support then, you know, if that's what you believe in, we'll follow it. And then with my dad, it's been a lot more indirect because I've seen him throughout his life make a lot of different transitions from doing pharmacy to doing HVAC to now he's doing construction. And even though he's never explicitly said, oh, I love what you're doing, I find a lot of support in just seeing the fact that he's done it, and that if he can make a way, then I can too. And then, you know, just throughout this whole entire process, just having the support of my friends, my artist cohorts, and just really just feeling lifted by that, by knowing that, you know, we'll figure it out. We kind of have to, you know, at this point, we got to figure it out.
Yeah. I guess even further, if someone would like to chime in, just like, what does support look like explicitly? Like, is it a phone call? Is it money? Is it, you know, what does that support look like for you as an artist? Another part of the conversation I think that is important to mention is that how introspective and how much of an individual you are to really like create art and then like release it to the world, right? So it's not like you really can rely on someone else's support necessarily, but I want to know like what makes you feel the most comforted when you're looking for that.
Mariam here. I was going to share. So in terms of support, it's showed itself in different variations from different family members, friends, peers, in terms of artists as well. Just in our journey as artists, like people around us that love us and believe in our dream and believe in our craft. You know, a phone call might do it in certain instances. I've had, and I think I shared this in the Comfy Zone, I've supported myself financially fully since I started practicing, you know, professionally as an artist. But notwithstanding the monetary value and the funding that I've been able to put into my work and my craft, that phone call, that support, I have artists that I trust and I know they understand my work, being able to rely on them and say, hey, give me a full critique. Give me in candor what you think about this. Where can I improve? What does that look like? Having platforms like Comfy Art, that's a support system on its own. I have art mentors that have been practicing for over 10 to 15 years. Being able to pick up the phone and say, hey, I'm working on this project. Would you like to schedule a 20-minute studio visit? Tell me what you think. That's the way in which support has showed up for me. And I am in gratitude for that. It's sometimes, you know, we kind of get lost in our own life spaces, especially when we're in the core of a creative endeavor or a project. And being able to have that voice of an observer from a loved one that will tell you either, you know, some positive things or some hard truths, like, hey, we've seen better, you need to step up because you're capable of that. Or, hey, this is absolutely phenomenal, you're going in the right direction. Those type of things I've seen have played a huge part in my art practice. And then, of course, there's one thing I'd love to highlight: self-love and being able to reinforce yourself as an artist when there's nothing else around, and believing that what you have set out to put into the world is enough. You're enough. Your work is enough. That's very important as well. So being that mental like anchor, right, for yourself is extremely important as well.
Yeah, I'm so grateful that you said that, because that's kind of what I was hinting at when I said, you know, it's very introspective. It's a very individual sport in a sense. Like, you have to really have a sort of confidence and detachment to put something out and then just say, you know, this is my art and let it live. So, I mean, I respect artists so much for it because I still struggle. I was telling the panelists earlier, like, I've been a writer all my life and I've probably shared maybe 25% of my writing, just it's a very uncomfortable thing to do as a creative, is really share. And then from there, allow people to enjoy it or hate it or, whatever it is, and have their own about it, but knowing or being confident enough to like put it out there. So respect to all the artists out there.
Yes. Can I say something? Actually, I've had to actually look at it from a very different perspective. I feel like for me, art is kind of like the commencement of my second life. This is a whole nother mindset for me. I look at the world completely differently. I approach things completely differently. So support for me, I've just had to go into this with no expectations. I don't expect anything. I don't expect the support. I like making art. I put it out there. That's my heart. People either like it or they don't. And because I feel like in the first half, my nursing half, more so control, more so expectations. I'm much happier giving up those expectations. I get some of the most random messages from strangers all over the world saying, I put my story out there. I share that. My work is just it just accompanies my story. It's just a part of it's a one piece of it. But I put my story out there and I have random people just, send me messages saying like, you've inspired me. Do you have any recommendations? And I just love sharing. So it's almost like a reciprocal type thing. You're supporting me by telling me you love my work. You keep me going. And I try to support you in whatever you're doing to keep you going.
Absolutely.
So I've had to look at it very differently. Look, I don't expect for somebody to say like, you like it or you don't. It's whatever. I'm just going to put it out there because I like doing it, whether I'm getting paid for it. And it makes me happy to do it. So I've had to not expect the support, but I'm happy when I get it. If that makes sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. I think that was well said, Gigi. I think too, just being able to create, it's a passion. It's at the core of it, it has to be a passion behind it. I'm certain that all of you are not doing it or didn't initially start doing it because it paid bills. Mm-hmm. We talked about that too. I know, Miriam, you mentioned that you actually studied architecture, and now you're doing a bunch of other things within the art realm still, because architecture is a part of art as well. But just the fact that you went into architecture and then now you're doing what you're doing now, and maybe it's fused together, that proves, and I'm sure all of you have similar stories of like you doing other things. How have you been able to balance your love for the art with just having some sort of security and stability to, keep creating?
So in terms of my architecture practice, I think that has definitely been a core of what I'm doing today. In my work, how I manifest as a collage artist, you will see a lot of elements in terms of design, in terms of balance and color and discipline. My collage self-identifies, right? So when you see my work, you see a lot of structure, a lot of detail, and that has come from a practice of architecture. Those skills have been derived, even as simple as the most basic thing in terms of hand cut collage art, mastering the X-Acto knife and mastering the blade. That all came from model making for 5 years in a bachelor's of architecture. So the manner in which I manipulate paper, the way I balance color and texture, mixed media, how seamless my collage work comes directly from that discipline that was really amassed over 5 years of studying architecture, model making, building, and that like cleanliness. When you see my collages, you can tell like, okay, there is an elevated element of discipline in the work. And I celebrate that. I think that is definitely a stronger portion of my journey. And that allows my work to be identified in a certain way. When you see my collage, if you've seen my work before, you can identify its work. And I really celebrate that. I'm so thankful for that experience.
Awesome.
Well, oh shoot, I was gonna add
No,
on. Well, okay. Well, I think for me, the biggest importance that I found in just my practice and doing illustration and mural making is I need to make sure that I'm balancing my artistic gains with also balancing, I guess, the business side of it, which has been something that's been very difficult, but is something that is taken directly from what the 10 years that I had in working in like graphic design fields. And what I do now is I try to balance myself as much as possible with like, okay, yes, I want to be able to, I want to have as much creative freedom as possible, but I also need to eat, because refrigerators, they empty out every now and then. So, so I think for me, what's been one of the most important factors is recognizing that the business side, even though it's something that I'm not as interested in, or I don't have much of a passion for, I still need to have as much respect for it as a part of my process as I do any mural that I'm making or any project in a sketchbook. Like if I can consistently show up and make art in my sketchbook, I need to consistently show up and balance my checkbook. I feel like both are synonymous. Both are synonymous for me in like making sure that I'm still able to practice.
Right.
Because I don't want to practice just for financial gain. Like, cause that probably defeats the process for all of us. Like if we were only doing art for money making purposes, the art would probably come out a lot different. And we want to be able to still keep our vision. But to be able to do that, you have to balance yourself. You have to balance both sides. Yeah. It's real.
About balance. I think that's with anything, even things that we're uninterested in, are important in, just like gaining that knowledge and maybe finding a passion within things that you're uninterested in. So I'm happy you said that, George. Thank you. Come on, I haven't heard from you in a minute, and I really want to just talk to you about specifically your style of art. Like I like it. I mean, I love all of you all's artwork. Obviously, I'm very much so inspired by everything and how different, you all approach. Sorry, there's a helicopter. How different you all approach your art styles and like what the connection of it. I think across the entire panel is that you're really highlighting Black lives, Black through different ways, and just like how our lives not only matter, but like we're inspired and influenced. The world is inspired and influenced by our culture, right? So with you specifically, can you just tell us about your artwork? I see like a lot of like almost superhero or like Black anime, almost like anime figures. They're dope. I want to hear more about it.
Yeah, so definitely anime inspired. Even like you mentioned superhero, so like cartoons, like everything, video games. And I feel like at least for me, as far as even getting into art, I always liked drawing and stuff, but I was into music a lot more. But I always like anime, cartoons, always been a big part of my life. But just one day I was kind of like watching anime or whatever, and just saw like basically there's almost no Black characters in the show. And it's like, I love watching it, but it's like, there's almost no one that looks like me. So I just kind of started with, originally it was more like, taking characters that I've already seen and maybe reimagining them as Black or whatever. And that just continued to develop into, creating my own characters and creating my own storylines and just making things to really represent us in different ways that you might not see, in regular media or whatever.
Absolutely. I think that's super important. I'm happy that you're doing that. And I know sorry, I wrote down some notes. But I know that I believe it was Miriam. Yeah, it was Miriam that mentioned Black legacy and or Black life and legacy and what you're trying to portray or what you are portraying in your mixed media and your collage work. Can you speak a little bit about that and like why that's important to you in your art journey?
It is extremely important, and thank you for asking that. I think that, especially as a Black woman in this time with all the uncertainty around us, we have a responsibility to ourselves to celebrate our lives and tell our stories and empower others. A lot of my collage work, you'll see when you look at my work, it has the silver lining. Even when I tell traumatic stories, I have a series right here in the corner. This is my studio, by the way, welcome. My home studio, that speaks directly to human trafficking and sex trafficking. I have about 5 pieces here that talk about, one of them is called The Harvest, for example. It talks directly to organ trafficking. But even when you look at the piece, you experience the trauma, but there's still that uplifting message that there is hope behind the darkness, right? And in terms of Black life, I think that our life is beautiful, and a way for me as an artist, not only to reflect the times that we're in, is to celebrate us and to celebrate that through my work. I want younger Black women coming after me to see positive reinforcements around Black life, to see financial freedom, to see togetherness within family. My parents were married for over 27 years, right? In the media portrayed today, in the messaging that we find around us and the systems that we're in, I don't see enough of that. And I want to be kind of like a cannon or a vehicle to kind of reinforce those messages that are more positive, that are celebrating Black life and Black family and Black togetherness. I came to this country as a 16-year-old at Temple Tyler. Half the people I went to school with that were my color, right? They came from single homes, dad wasn't there or whatnot. Those stories I've heard have been, perpetuated through the media, but they're not telling stories about Black families that have been together for 27 years with all 5 children being educated with 2 or 3 degrees. That's the life that I've seen growing up, and I want to show that in my work, right? Not just even that part. There's stories about higher consciousness, about faith, about growth, right? So I want to celebrate and reinforce those positive manifestations because I feel like I'm in my work being a part of history, and I want other Black women and other Black families to that in my work.
I think that you said that so well. I think that we're, like I said earlier, we're so multifaceted. There are many things and many layers to who we are as people. It's not just what you see portrayed in the media. It's definitely not just what your neighbor might be going through, but I have my own story and you have your own story. So thank you for sharing. I want to ask George just like what you're working on before we get out of here. Just kind of tell us where that's where that's located, where they can see and take photos. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. I don't mind letting you know. This is actually over at the Met, the Metropolitan, over on Murphy Street in the West End. This is actually a collaboration with some good friends of mine over at the Proper Team, and they have a brand called Too Busy to Hate. And so we decided to collaborate on this mural project, and essentially it's called Making a Way in the A, because I feel like that's the main MO of everybody in Atlanta. We're always trying to make something happen, and we're always succeeding in our own particular way. So I kind of wanted to continue to inspire that, especially now. And then, plus the guy's kind of inspired by my childhood of growing up and seeing Fabo at at the skating rink. So he did a move just like that one time, and I was amazed, still mind blown. But yeah, so that's the mural that's going on in the back. If you want to come check it out, please come by the Met. More than welcome.
Absolutely. Congrats on that, by the way. I love
Thank
it.
you.
I look forward to seeing it in person.
Thank you.
Awesome. Gigi, could I just ask you one question, and then I'm going to ask you all one last question before we get out of here. I wanted to know specifically about your style of artwork. I know that you mentioned, your two daughters, just exposing them to that artwork, that or even just changing careers, going from this to that, but also incorporating your past life with your newfound love for art. Could you just tell us about your style, your floral work? That seems to be like the theme for
Right. My favorite one, I started my career with abstract. It's kind of like, it was almost like that. All of my scattered thoughts. This is a new time for me, just getting the paint on the canvas. And I feel like as an artist, as I've matured with my art style has changed. It's become a lot less abstract, more realistic, as my daughter, my 7-year-old tells me. She only likes realistic artwork. But I am into the mixed media. I love to use a lot of resin on my pieces. I just feel like it gives it this crazy, clean finish. But I like to, a lot of times my subjects, it's kind of like, it is like Mary says, it's a trauma, but it's surrounded by these beautiful flowers. It's kind of like my mugshot martyr collection, where this is a time where this is a person's like worst day. They've been arrested. It's the worst point of their life, but it's kind of like uplifting them, almost to make them like as a deity, with the floral. And just kind of like it's bringing beauty to a bad situation.
Right. I like that. I love that a lot. That's tight. Well, just to follow up, I guess, with your beautiful pieces or adding like beauty to trauma, how would you say, or how would you describe the color experience for you? How are you incorporating color into your day-to-day art, your life? Like, what does that look like to you, Gigi?
Well, I incorporate color into everything.
Right. That's a difficult question for you.
I don't have a problem with that one.
But a better question, like, because when we look at color, obviously you think color, but like there's so many layers to that. What is the color experience to you, and how do you incorporate that into your art world?
Well, let me see. It's just like I said, it's just all the different layers mean different things to me. It's building. Each color is a layer. Even with comfy art, it's another layer to the experience. It's not just the art, it's the collaboration. It's making new, friends too, colleagues, peers that were brought together. It's just another added layer, just no different than my canvas, another layer of color. This is it's another part of my story, a part of our story. We're making history right now.
Absolutely. Come on, what do you think the color experience is in your opinion?
I like her definition of it, but to me, colors. I guess colors represent, feeling. At least when I'm painting, I feel like, using a specific color might bring a specific feeling to that, and I kind of like that idea of like the color experience being, this experience that we're all sharing together. Like the different feelings are kind of all our journeys coming together and, combining into one experience.
Absolutely. Did you have something to add, George or Miriam?
Yeah. I think for me, when I think of the color experience, I think of kind of how like everything is on we're pretty much in a spectrum of different experiences all around the world. And with me, how I go about doing any type of art project or design project is I want to include the full spectrum of colors that we kind of express as people. I'm like I've had the pleasure of meeting people from all around the world, of actually experiencing all these different types and ways of life, and I think that's exactly what a color experience is. It's realizing that there's no monolith for how to live. you know, whether that's as a black person or just really as a human. There's no one right way to be. I'm like, we are beautiful in the fact that we have a variety and that we express ourselves in a variety of ways. So that's what I try to incorporate in my art. That's the color experience to me.
I like that a lot, George.
Thank
Miriam.
Yeah, I was going to say the way I view the color experience is all these varying degrees of experiences, everything that informs our work, everything that capitulates us to tell stories as artists, be they happy events or traumatic events, sad events, spaces where we have growing pains and we learn and we grow and we thrive. Manifesting that visually for me is what the color experience means. And not just for my work. I've been to exhibits where I saw Gigi's work and living through that as an observer, right? And taking those colors in and taking her manifestation and being inspired by that, right? Really is that experience, that journey. It's really the travel around all the things that inform our lives and the way we manifest as artists.
Absolutely. You all are so well spoken. I just want to say that you all are such dope artists. I am very happy that you all are continuing to stay inspired, even in the midst of such interesting and uncertain times. And I want you to stay uplifted and motivated to continue blessing us with your artwork. I just want to say thank you on behalf of everybody watching, for sharing your experiences, creating dope murals and art to the world. And I hope that everybody listening will continue to support you all. And obviously, if you're watching this, you already have seen the social media accounts. You're able to follow all of these amazing artists. So I won't even go down that rabbit hole of making everybody say their social media. But thank you to GW Harper, Iman, George, Miriam. Thank you so much for joining us. And I hope that you all have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sammy.
No problem. Take care. And y'all stay tuned. Continue to enjoy Comfy Art Design and Muse. Love y'all. Thank you, Tiana.
Thank you.
In need of a bedroom pick-me-up? Comfy Art has just the thing. Beautiful accent home decor right at your fingertips. Fall in love with your room again and shop Comfy Art, available online at comfyart.com.
They doing outstanding, running out of space on a damn bandwagon. Remember when they used to say I look too mannish? Black girl magic, y'all can't stand it, y'all can't ban it. Made out like a bandit, they've been trying hard just to make us all vanish. I suggest they put a flag on a whole nother planet. Jane Bond, never Jane Doe, and I Jane Go, never Sambo. Black and white, yeah, that's always been my camo. It's looking like y'all gon' need some more ammo. I cut 'em off, I cut 'em off, I cut 'em off like Van Gogh. Now, paying right for the angle, I got away with murder, no scandal. Cue the violins and violas. We gave you life, we gave you birth, we gave you God, we gave you earth. We filmed the future, don't make it worse. You want the world, well what's it worth? Emoticons, Decepticons, and Autobots. Who twist the plot, who shot the sheriff?
I believe artists should be able to have health care, you know, and a decent car and own a house. You know, like I don't believe in the starving artists. Yeah.
Now I wanna hear about your bread till you rich enough to not get shot by the police. Can't catch this wave, can't catch this wave. Now with your do-rag, I'm taking them shackles off. I want the gold rings like my uncle in Saginaw. My bandwagon too heavy, I'm keeping it steady by taking that wagon off. Freeing myself from all the constraints, social media and weed, alcohol, sex addiction and greed is looking like a new Leezy to me. I'm blessed up, been running my checkup. How you beefing? You ain't never had you a life insurance or a checkup. Get your self-respect up. Been drowning in bullshit. From the neck down to the neck up and still found a way to be next up like what shit, what
Hi guys. I am Ashley Bello. Okay. Let's see. Maybe. Thanks. All right. Hi, everybody. I am the CEO of the Artsy Bella Company, and I am going to spend a few minutes just talking to you guys about monetizing your talent. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about me first. I was born and raised in Atlanta, Georgia. Went to Westlake High School, went to Georgia State University. I went to school as an art major. I was talked out of being an artist, saying that it wouldn't make me any money. So I dropped out of school because I didn't know what else I wanted to do. And then I ended up going back to school to finish my degree to get a better job. And in the process, found my way into the mental health sector. So I worked as a mental health professional for 10 years, got a master's in psychology, and relived my passion of being an entrepreneur. Some of my interests are, I'm a big advocate in the sex trafficking issue. The last 6 years of my mental health work was working with sex trafficking survivors. I'm very interested in policy and laws that are being passed to protect the women who and the children who are being exposed to this heinous crime. I'm also into tech and mobile apps and software development. I love good hip hop from the South. I am a part-time vegan, just still transitioning, and I love going to the beach. And the first thing I talk about monetizing your talent, the first thing I had to start thinking about is, with the talent I have, do I want to use this for my passion or do I want to use this for money? And I struggled with that for a very long time. In the fine art community, you have a lot of artists who don't believe that you should monetize your talent or commercialize your art because you are not holding to just an authentic kind of like boundaries within a practice. By doing that, by making the value of the work just based on the money and not what went into curating and developing the thought that went into the work. So when you think about monetizing your talent, if you are at that space, you're probably an artist who is very passionate about making art your full-time career, but you also know you have to pay bills. And you know that working another job or working several jobs and trying to really find your artist identity, perfect your craft, there's not enough time. And so you want to find a way to make money where you still have the freedom to be able to develop into the artist you want to become. And so that was the same dilemma I had. And then I went ahead, took the jump, quit my job and said, I'm going to figure this out. So the first thing I did is I thought about what was the wildest dream I had for my talent. If I was able to turn my talent into a business, or at least have a business that was separate from my artistic career, that was also maybe creative in nature, using what my expertise knows best, what is the biggest vision I have for that? For me, I saw my company becoming a publicly traded company that's generating multi-million dollars, that is creating a certain lifestyle for me, that's allowing me to give back in a very big and meaningful way, but that is also allowing me to get the product that I believe can help people in the hands of people all over the world. That was my wildest dream, right? So once I had that in my mind, it gave me encouragement. It gave me courage to even like take the steps to try, but it also gave me an end goal that I could work backwards from. And so when I got started, what I had to do is figure out, how do I get to that wildest dream? Like if I say that I would, as a musician, as an actor, I would love to make $100 million, right? What I had to figure out is, well, how do I get to that $100 million? What am I selling to people? What are they buying that's going to generate that kind of revenue? And how many people do I have to sell it to? So the first thing I had to think about is, do I want to sell a product? Do I want to sell my art? Do I want to mass produce prints of my artwork and sell them to people on Amazon or Etsy or some other kind of e-commerce platform? Or am I a musician and I write music and I want to teach that? Do I want to package that into a curriculum that I can sell to people to be able to teach them how to use music? Maybe you're providing a service. Maybe you're doing classes and workshops. Or maybe you're charging for your expertise. If you're someone who is a creative and people are always coming to you asking like, hey, how do you do this? Or, I noticed that you do this really well, and I'm really curious about how you get that done. And if you find that you're getting a lot of people asking you those questions, it's a good indication that you have some knowledge or expertise that people need. And if people need it because it adds some kind of value to their life or to their goals, they're going to be willing to pay for that. And then you also consider collaborating. So, they say if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go further, go together. And so you do, as artists, I know me, I'm very introverted. I'm a loner. I like to work alone and I like to kind of be in my hole. But I have found in some of my biggest success in being able to create revenue through my company that when I pay myself, I'm able to take care of all of my living expenses. I'm able to do a little volunteer work. And I'm able to run my business doing what we call bootstrapping. When I think about that, I have had my biggest success when collaborating with other brands and finding ways that we could either put an event together or both our products are very similar and we can sell them together. Or finding different ways to partner with people to also make money is very valuable when your resources are limited and you don't have a big team. So I want to challenge you guys to do an activity. I don't know who is on here or what kind of time you have, if you even have paper and pen right in front of you or your phone. But I just want to tell you kind of the process I went through when I was starting my company. So I encourage you guys to list out all the ideas you have, whatever kind of creative you are. Make a list of all of the ideas, and we come up with them at least once a week. We have a new idea for a new business invention, style of art, some kind of creative project or experimental. Write all those down in a list. Make a list of all of them. And then next to each one, ask yourself why. Why am I even interested in possibly putting forth money, time, and effort into turning this from an idea into a business? And as you ask yourself that question, you actually will start crossing out some of the ones on your list because you'll find that you don't have a why. It was a good idea, but you don't really feel invested in it. That's a good indication that it might be an idea that you just kind of put on a shelf and save for a later date. So one of the things that really helped me is to package the idea I had. And what we're doing now through my company is totally different than what we did when we got started. And that's because over the life of your business, you're really workshopping your business. You're really fine-tuning and figure out what exactly people want from you. So once you have an idea and you think that you have something that you could sell that's repeatable, you want to think about, is it scalable? And that means, is it repeatable? Can I charge someone a certain amount of money for this product, this service, this expertise, or through this collaborative venture? Can I charge people money for it and then have them come back and pay again? Or if they're not paying over and over again, can I get, if I'm able to get 50 people to purchase this in 1 month, can I get 50 more, maybe even 75 to 100 more people to pay the second month? And so you want to think about if the actual thing that you come up with selling, if it not only you can put a price on it for people to buy it, but can you get a bunch of people to buy it? And what do you have to do in order to make it attractive enough for people to want to have it? You also have to think about the brand. Branding is everything. We live in a society where everything is visual. We sit on social media all day. We watch TV. We are, even when you go outside, we're jam-packed with all of this visual sensory. And so people are attracted to things that look good to them. I know that as a previous graphic designer, it was really important to me that we put as much work into developing the structure of the company and what we were actually doing. We put that same energy into the visuals and the branding that people see. So if you go on any of our social media platforms, on our website, or see any marketing material from us, we really want our customers they expect a certain kind of style and experience with us. And so we definitely try to deliver that through the brand. And then there's the other problem, which I'll get to at the end of the presentation. So first you want to think about is your product, your service, the expertise you're going to sell to people, or the collaboration, is it scalable? Can it make some money? So you got to ask yourself some very tough questions. The entrepreneurship journey has been very heavy and challenging for me, because as I grow in learning how to be a CEO, I've also had to learn a lot about myself that isn't always easy to do. So I had to realize that, like, we have this backwards way of looking at business. So I might be an artist and I say, you know what? I'm going to take all of these prints of my work and I'm going to make mass copies of them and I'm going to sell them on an online store and get people to buy it. But actually, what experts tell me in the startup community that I'm a part of now is that you actually do it the opposite way. You actually think about what people might want, and then you create that. The problem in our creative community is that producing and calling it art, while making it for someone else and not what you just intrinsically want it to do, can kind of create some internal conflicts. So you really have to think about, when you think about being a creative and being an artist, what are you willing to sell and what are you not? And have very clear boundaries about the part of your artistic journey and your artistic being that you're not willing to sell or put a price tag on. And then the part of it that you can. And usually if you can solve a problem for people, something that helps individuals, you can definitely find a way to monetize that while still being able to hold on to your artistic integrity. And then thinking about, do you even have customers? You know, you can have an idea of, you know, I'm going to like put these illustrations on like trash cans and I'm going to sell that. But then you have to think about, does anybody even want to buy it? So then you have to start thinking about, who are you even selling your idea to? Because you can have the greatest idea in the world, but if you didn't do the work to really find out what people want and if they want that, you could end up with a product that you spend a lot of money on that nobody's buying. So you think about some of the musicians who might come out with these very indie style albums after they've sold millions of records. They want to do these passion projects that are very meaningful to them, that aren't commercial and aren't kind of keeping their fan base in mind. And then you see a lot of times where those albums might flop. And that's because they were more focused on what that product they produced did for them than it did for their audience. And that's not always a bad thing, but you just really have to decide what you want. So then you have to really decide, like, if maybe your idea, you might think it's great, but your customers might think it sucks. I've had that happen. I had ran my business for a year, providing a very specific service, and my customers didn't like it. And it was very hard to hear. But what I realized is that your customers are going to tell you everything you need to know about what they want and how they want it delivered. And so once I was able to just humble myself and really see what, and really just get an idea of what they wanted, I was more interested in providing something that they were willing to pay for than I was willing to just hold on to what I needed. I reserved the things that I need and what was important to me for my personal work that I make. And then, can I commit? Are you really willing to sacrifice the time and attention that it's going to take to build a business? Because you're being a creative, but now you're entering the world of business, and it is a lot. It is a full-time job that doesn't pay a lot of anything in the beginning, but the rewards are really great. And you really you don't become an entrepreneur and build a business just to be able to say, I'm a CEO and I have a business, but it's to have the freedom to be able to create flexibility in your schedule and pursue those personal things like family and traveling and learning in the way that you would feel like. So then you think about fear. It took me 2 years to finally quit my job and take my jump and start my business. But a lot of that fear just existed in my head. And it was really important that I watched this Will Smith video, and it was about this people who were like scared to kind of jump off of, to just jump off the ladder of the pool, off the diving board. And he talked about how fear creates this hesitation where you have something you really want and you're very committed to doing it, and you get so far and then you hesitate. And in that moment of hesitation, there's this fear has created this idea in your mind that it's too difficult, it's too hard, it's too big, there's too much you don't know. And then you got people who will tell you like, what are you doing? Don't do that. You need to do this. But you also have to remember that those are people who didn't do it themselves, so you shouldn't listen to them. But the fear will try to talk you out of something that a few minutes ago you felt you were very capable of doing. And so what you learn is that on the other side of that hesitation is actually everything you wanted. And I want to just kind of like talk to you guys about first solving a problem. So we talked about like really figuring out what problem you can solve for people, and being able to say that. So as you narrow down that list of all those things you feel like you can do with your talent, look at the ones that say like, I can definitely solve a problem for people. So maybe people really love music and they want to learn music, but maybe it's too hard, and it seems too overwhelming. So you're solving the problem of making an opportunity for people who want to learn music but don't know how. You're making it easier for them by providing them the instruction in your unique way that can help them. And you can do that through workshops, through a membership program, through a curriculum that you can sell. Or maybe you're into theater and you want to charge for script writing or editing. The problem you solve for people is people have these great ideas, but they could be crappy writers that like no editor, no publisher is going to want to pick up. And so your unique artistic approach to captivating narratives, it helps you solve a problem for that person. And the good thing about if you solve a problem for a person that helps them make more money, that's a very, very easy customer to obtain. And then think about what problems matter to you. You know, some of the most successful people I know, once they identified a problem that they solved and then they built a solution or a product or service around that, a lot of them are fueled by a mission, a passion. There's a very personal story behind why they want to do what they're doing. And then you think about how many people have this problem. So if you go on Google and you do like market research or statistics about a specific industry or a specific type of talent, you can find information on how many millions of people have the problem that you're trying to solve or are paying for a certain type of product or service that you want to offer, right? And so when you can identify how many people there are possibly that are willing to pay for what you have, then you can figure out how much do you think they're willing to pay for it. So if you find that 2 million people need editors, 2 million people in America are writing books and cannot get it published because they can't get the writing right. That's 2 million people that you have the potential to sell your product or your service, however you package it to. And let's say you just charge them $10 a month for a subscription service where they submit things to you for editing and then you turn it around to them. That's, $2 million at 10, that's 20 million bucks. And so that's just, if you could get those 2 million people to pay for 1 month, but then if you can get them to pay for all the subsequent months, now you got 12 months of that same revenue. And so your mind starts thinking in terms of a business. So you think about how many people could take the product you have and purchase it, but then you've got to figure out, well, how do you get them to buy it, right? But before I answer that, I'm gonna give you guys an example. So when I started my company back in 2016, it was just an idea. And I struggled to figure out what exactly I was doing. I was selling to people. We did commission art. I did murals all over the city. I was teaching people how to do murals. We were doing art classes and paint parties and mobile paint parties and big pop-up events with big brands. But I didn't feel like I had something that was scalable yet. And then I even got a brick and mortar space in East Point. And then I joined a cohort. And I'm going to tell you guys, one of the most valuable things that's happened to me in the past few years is finding accelerators, incubators, and cohorts. If you Google any of these and Google ones that are in Atlanta, these are programs set up to help walk you through, hey, I just got this idea and I don't really know what to do with it, but walking you through the idea to actually helping you turn it into a company that you can actually make money with. And a lot of these programs are free, and they're looking for people right now, especially minorities and especially women. So I encourage you guys to Google that to find what's available and apply, because these programs really helped change us from just having this talent that we could make a little money off of to finding a really, really big business that we could build. And so some of the secrets that have helped me with building revenue while I'm bootstrapping and I don't have any kind of investor is building strong relationships with people in the community, always finding ways to offer other people value, not so much focusing on what people can do for me, but just being an asset to the partners and people who I value being in business with for a long time. And also being willing to give stuff away. Whether it's through volunteer, whether it's just, you see someone and you hear a story and you feel obligated to just help or offer something, or you help people in business, you sow into somebody else's business. I love donating seeds to my friends who I know are building entrepreneur brands and not worrying about it. I give tons of discounts to customers, not all within reason. And it always comes back and I don't even worry about it. And it's something you can't think too deeply about. You just have to trust that the more good I put out, it comes back. Also using your supporters. As you get customers, as you get people who are really interested in what you're doing, those are the people you need to keep around. You need to ask them questions, pick their brains, allow them to help you do customer discovery, which means to find out what exactly they want you to deliver. And then word of mouth. So the better you deliver to your customers, the more quality you offer them, the more they'll spread word of mouth. My company has not done a serious marketing campaign yet. We've done everything word of mouth because it was really important to us to really understand the people we were working with and provide them with an experience they would want to share. And then there's the other problem, I think about my story and how I dealt with, it was tough for me to have confidence around what I was doing, but confidence definitely affects the kind of customers I get. It affects my ability to sell. And now that I'm focused on fundraising and possibly looking for investors, the way that I talk about my company and the trust that it builds with them can be impacted about how confident I am. I also had to learn to not worry about anybody's opinion. My vision is mine. You trust your higher power, and you have to block everything and everybody out. It's very, very crucial that you do that. And then not looking for other people to validate the idea you have, thinking about all the big businesses whose ideas everybody thought was crazy and stupid. And they're some of the richest people, and they have some of the biggest businesses making the biggest impact in our world today. So make sure that you are the source of your validation and your customers are the source of your validation, period, no one else. Also, be willing to trust the process. You're going to screw stuff up. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to get it wrong. You're going to feel confused. You're going to flop with a customer, but be willing to trust that that process is helping you to learn as you go. There's some things like when you think about that wildest dream you had in the beginning of wanting maybe $100 million for whatever kind of art you're making or you're creating, there's a lot of things you have to learn in order to get that. And so you have to be willing to just trust the process, take your time, be willing to learn, and look at failures as a good thing. Fear, turn it into fuel. Instead of it being something that keeps you from trying or that you buy into these false images in your head, use the fear as a way to just do it anyway and prove to yourself that no matter what you're thinking in your head, you trust your gut. And so that's pretty much kind of where I would start with talking about monetizing your talent. I love what Deonna has come up with. This Design and Muse conference has been phenomenal. I'm happy to be a part of it. And if you guys would like to dig deeper into the story of my company, Artsy Bella, and how I've built that and some of the things we've been able to do, and maybe there might be some advice I can offer you, please email me, get in touch with me. Let's chat. I'm more than willing to set up some 30-minute meetings and consultations to just free to just help you guys like learn some creative ideas and problem solve and workshop your way through your business. I wish you guys the best. It is a blessing to be a creative. You know, we are a unique being, and we exist differently in this world than other people. I'm happy to be able to start connecting with my creative family. And I hope that you guys find the courage to go ahead and take that jump, and really believe that you can have the fine art career that you want to have, but then you can also find a way to earn a living where you can support yourself at the same time. Be safe, be blessed, and be healthy. And I'm looking forward to connecting with you guys. Thank you.
Hello, I am so excited. I'm excited to be here. Glad that Comfy Art has me, and I'm excited to present some digital strategies with you to scale your artistry. So let's get started. So I'm Natina Marie from Penthouse Media. Penthouse is a digital content studio and video production house. I'm a producer. I'm a creative, a digital marketing guru. I am a small business expert, but most importantly, I'm a mom and a wife. And what I'm sharing today really applies to artists and creatives in different industries. So I would like to say that if you're an artist and you're already connected with Comfy Art, you're basically 10 steps ahead of others because Comfy Art, Deanna, she's the digital queen, and she's definitely helping artists glow up. So like Badu says, though, if you're an artist, Badu says, I'm an artist and I'm sensitive about my shit. And that one line really sums up how we all feel about our artistry. We really don't have time for people to have so many opinions about, our babies, our art. I get it. I share that with you. But I would like to say that people opinions and their behaviors matter in business. So if you're an artist, you're an entrepreneur, by default, or should be, but your potential customers, clients, they're more valuable than that first purchase or the service that you provide for them. I'm here to tell you though, your target audience in digital spaces can really help you scale your artistry into a profitable business and residual income. So for me, I'm talking about those Cash App or Shopify like notifications that you get on your phone. Those really the only ones that I want. I want Shopify notifications when I'm sleeping, right? And so I think we can all agree on that, right? And honestly, we're all searching for financial freedom, right? That financial freedom to do what we please, to make sure that our art serves us well and serves other people well. But I do know if you're tired of pitching ideas and really trying to sell yourself, you can use digital strategies to really set you apart. And so let's get into it. How to discover your target audience in digital spaces. Well, if you don't know where to start at all, start with Comfy Art. I know that rhymes, but I'm a little corny sometimes. But seriously, Comfy Art is a great place to discover your target audience in digital spaces, and I'll tell you why. So, one, not all the time you want to reinvent the wheel. Sometimes that's unnecessary. Let it be a movement, not a moment, right? This allows you to focus on your artistry. And allow a established audience and e-commerce business help you reach more customers and increase your residual income. If you're a painter, then you just paint, right? But if you're a painter and you connect with Comfy Art, you can take that one art piece and then sell it on different products. And the bigger benefit of that is you may find that a piece of art does better on a book bag than it does on canvas. You just never know. And that's part of the benefits of just connecting with Comfy Art, an established business. Lastly, I'll say that analytical data that you can get from your partners or your influencers allow you to understand and identify your target audience and what they want. Because these digital streets, they can be a little difficult at times. But then once you have that information, you take that to your own social media platforms, you take it to your own Shopify or other e-commerce sites. Like you take that information and then you benefit from it, right? So let's break down a little bit of specifics because every one of you have at least one social media page or you have your own website, and we can really learn a lot from our existing customers. All right, so we want to start by building in audience persona, right? So audience persona is a fictional characters used to represent a real audience segment that will interact with your brand. It's usually decision makers and influencers, and you want to understand their lifestyle and their habit. Building this audience persona really allows you to humanize, right? Because it's on paper. So you want to humanize, you want to connect with who your audience is. And two, you can focus on product development in a more efficient way. By humanizing your target audience, you basically arrive at designs and products that really address the needs and preferences of your target audience. Remember, your target audience is the ones that are typically going to buy. 3, you improve marketing effectiveness. You don't want to spend all this time learning about marketing and implementing it and then not actually converting sales. Once you start to really understand the audience persona, you get to figure out better marketing campaigns, how to message them, visual design, and everything leads to collectively to better results, right? And that's what we want. We also want to deliver really good digital experiences, because I will be honest, because this is my work and it's been my work for a very long time. I won't age myself, but I have been doing this for a very long time. I go on websites and I will leave. If I go to a landing page, a website, and it's just clunky, I'll leave. So there is the importance of that. When you get someone's attention, you want to keep it. And then lastly, and most important, increase your sales. Like, we want to sell and we want to grow and we want to scale. All right, let's see. Next up. So what goes into building an audience persona? Okay, simply put, you start with demographics. Race, gender, age, education, occupation, income levels. This is the start. Psychographics is your buyer's habits, hobbies, spending habits, and values. Then technographics is the technology used by the target audience, right? And if I can summarize this for you, basically the demographics gives you your basic information on your typical audience, right? But the psychographics describe the reasoning why they will engage with your brand. And that's really important as well. And then the technographics really help you deliver the right content based on your audience device. There was a business that I was working for, and we realized that they had 60% of their traffic to their website was coming from Instagram specifically. So there was a lot of studying we started to do what's going on with Instagram that is really pushing that number of people to, the website. And then we went a little deeper. we saw, oh, it's iOS too. Most of these people are on iOS, which is iPhone. So when it was time to start building an app for that business, they started with an iPhone app. That's how you save money and just really work smarter. Where do you find this information? Very good question, right? There is a ton of research. A ton of research from firms that's out here. The big two, Nielsen and ComScore, has a great data and research for you. So if you're new and you're starting and you want to learn about an audience and you want to build personas for a future product, and if you have a product, you should stay on top of it as well. But Nielsen and ComScore is a start. There is a ton of free insights and analytics in everything you use mostly. So you have Instagram, any of the social media, email marketing like MailChimp. If you do text message marketing like easy texting, you get to really start to learn the behaviors of the people you're in your audience. Same as your website. Your website, Shopify, you pay for Shopify, it comes with analytics that is so helpful. It just breaks down. You have a live feed of analytics. You have history. It's a lot you can do with that, and you want to take advantage of it. And then Google Analytics, you can connect to any website, and it's a ton of information there. Lastly is the old school way, which is still one of the most important ways to really understand your audience. Talk to your potential customers. Interview them, survey them, whether it's new or existing customers. For example, let your interview and let the people that are going to support you tell you how much they would pay for a product. There's so many entrepreneurs that I coach, and they want to just put a number out there, and it should be validated in your customer discovery. So interviewing, surveying, very, very important. Now, when I talk about analytics, I know sometimes that's over some of my artists. They're like, that's not me, So I want to tell you that since the information is available to you, this would just be really helpful. So what I want to do is just tell you a few key performing indicators that you can look at and understand why they help you. And they'll start to help your decision making. So you have your conversion rate, and your conversion rate is the number of visitors that take action, like they actually purchase something, and you divide that by your total number of visitors, right? And that's your conversion rate. You want your conversion rate to be up. Another great one is refers. So the websites and the influencers that are driving traffic your way. Oh, that's so important, because I remember one time I saw a website. I'm like, I never heard of this website, but it was the #1 refer for that month. And I went, and it was a blog. It was just a blog that had rolled up on our business and was driving a bunch of traffic. That's when you call that person, reach out to that person, and build a partnership, because obviously they have influence, right? One of the things to keep in mind, though, when you're talking about refers, if you're going to work with influencers, you should really have tracking URLs so you can develop the best strategies and how to understand how to value those partnerships and your influencer reach. So just remember the tracking URLs is something that if you don't know how to do it, search it, call Deanna. Right? So the next, cost per acquisition. That's how much you are spending to gain a customer. Another thing I love to look at, especially on social media, what's the popular content? What type of content your followers are consuming and engaging with? And when I say engaging, they're making an action. They're sharing it. They're making comments. They're tagging people on it. They're liking it, saving it, right? Whatever it is, that engagement, they're going to your website. Like, that is really important to understand, because you need to repeat that. You need to create content that is doing well. So if you see a certain type of content doing well, make more of it. Simply put. Engagement rate, how many people are interacting with a piece of content, right? Like all the things I said kind of adds up to how high your engagement rate is. On Shopify, some of these e-commerce key performance indicators are available to you, like average order value, the average money a customer spends per transaction, your cart abandonment rate, the percentage of people who leave after they put something in the cart and then they don't buy. Well, some of us, like myself, have 100 tabs up and we're doing 100 different things. So I apologize if I left some things in the cart and forgot to go back and buy it. But that is a really good indicator and something to watch. One of the most important data points is customer lifetime value. And this is something that your investors and people that are going to, that you're looking to get money from, whether it's a bank or an investor, right? They want to know, like, if you say you're going to target 1,000 customers this month, well, how will those, are you planning, how many of those customers will come back? And then how long do you think they'll stay with you, right? So if I give you an example, Netflix. I don't know about you all, but I'm always a little disturbed when I get my Netflix bill because I'm like, I was paying $5.99 for Netflix and now I'm paying $15.99. And then I don't watch a lot of Netflix. I watch it here and there, and I'm still not planning on getting rid of it. So their customer lifetime value has grown tremendously, just because their brand, it's just a new cable. So it's just like sometimes you have cable, you don't watch it. That's where Netflix is. You just feel like you need to have it just in case a good movie or a good show is there. And then the last one is customer retention rate. And that's just being able to make sure you have repeat customers, because repeat customers determine how long you last. And personally, I love just tracking the pathways on a website, which you can get from your analytics, like Google Analytics. And that just helps you understand like how to merchandise. If you ever worked in retail when you were younger, I did a lot of retailing. There was science behind where you put everything in the store. To this day, a lot of science, algorithms, all this stuff is going on to determine how to place things to maximize your sales. And it's the same thing with online. So we want to definitely keep that in mind. Okay. Next up. All right. So what are some of these brand strategies to sell art and creative work online that really help scale your business? So first, create lifestyle products. If you have a service, for sure, create a product. That's what Comfy Art is doing, but you need to create some type of lifestyle. You have people following you. You want them to buy something. So you want to sell to your audience, whether it's t-shirts, stickers. You want to be able to put your art and your brand on actual products, whether you're developing a product or if you are just putting it, like I said, doing t-shirts. Then there is a such thing as a social media marketing funnel. The traditional funnels are called a sales funnel or a marketing funnel, but we are in the world of social media. And so there's a social media marketing funnel that really helps you convert a follower and visitor to a customer. And it also builds this trust. So because you're really going down, you're understanding that customer so much that they start to engage with you, and you build this authentic tribe of fans for your brand. Also, content is king. So being a video production house, I will tell you how important it is to use video and start with telling your brand story or your personal brand. Like, tell your story, use video. And we're home now, we're in quarantine. So we might as well just create as many videos as we can. And starting with just your story is the way to go. Now, just as an example, I love this artist, but everyone knows Off-White's designer, Virgil Abloh. If you have not seen his original video where he launched his brand, please check it out. It's just super, super unique. And when I watched it, I was like, okay, I get this guy, and I see how he was able to really attract this really, really loyal fan base before really like blowing up. So next, partner with influencers and other businesses. Like I said before, we know influencer marketing is a big thing, and it does move the needle. Next up, don't be afraid to spend a little money on social media ads. If you have, yes, there's strategy to it, but part of that strategy is that you put a few dollars on it and you study how it actually performs. So I can give you a couple examples. I specifically put $180 that covered 6 episodes of a digital video series. Went to Facebook and Instagram. Over a couple months, we had $180 spent. We landed a $15,000 deal to develop a digital series for a client that saw, right? I had brand awareness happening from just, the ads playing over and over. The other example is I invested $1,000 in a business. It was over a period of time, not long. I can't remember how long that was, but the social media awareness, and it's a content business, and it earned over $100,000 in just 3 months. That was my really first real experience as an entrepreneur, understanding the power of what Facebook and Instagram can do. Next, create a Patreon for your loyal fans to support your art business. If we all follow Issa Rae, so you should know what Patreon is. There is a strategy to building your audience on Patreon, but we all can use an extra $1,000 a month from supporters, 500 people giving $2 a day. $2 a month. That's money that you can use to just support you along the way while you are building something new or looking to get something off the ground. And people do want to support. And so that's a good way to kind of test that out. And lastly is document your process of your creative business or just you creating art, whatever that may be. Document that to create content for digital platforms. It is one of the easiest way to build up, a reserve of content that you can release out. And like I said, we're home. So, let us see how, the process of you creating a piece, or how you, what do you think about before you go and shoot photography? Whatever it is, it's interesting because it's unique to you. And it's a really great strategy to build up your digital presence online. All right. So we have tools. I mentioned a few tools along the way of me presenting, but I wanted to show you, I'm a visual person, so I wanted to pull the logos and whether it's an app or web so that you know. So Canva, I would believe most of you use Canva because unless you're a graphic designer or into marketing, but if you don't, please use Canva. The only caveat with Canva, you want to design on web base, and then you can use the app to just update things. But the app is really clunky to me. I would love if they redesign the app. But Canva, lifesaver. Mention is a social media listening tool. And it's so fun to go out and look for who's talking about your brand, who's talking about your event. You want to be able to engage with them, and see another way to kind of target who's really championing your brand, right? We know MailChimp, and there's several others. That is email marketing. Adobe Creative Suite. Actually, they've been doing a lot of great sales on Adobe Creative Suite, which you get your Photoshop and InDesign and Illustrator and Adobe Spark, all those great things as a package deal. But Adobe Spark is a great one to have. PhotoGrid is a app, helps you with videos. Images and getting ready for social media. It's a really cool app to have on your phone. Really quick things you can do to get your photos out and build a grid for your Instagram. Planoly is also planning your Instagram. What is it going to look like? You can really visualize it. There's I always get tied up with that one. In shot, we're talking about video. I say video a lot, and some people are really like, well, I don't know how to do video editing, but there is artificial intelligence out here. Like there's products that's using things to help you do things that you may not have the skill for. But InShot is a great app. iMovie, anybody with Mac products know what that is. I mentioned Google Analytics already. Buffer, Ripple, Sprout Social. That's a heavy lifting one. But if you're just focused on yourself and you really want to dig a little deeper, one you can you can put all your different platforms obviously on Sprout Social, but they have some really deep insights on analytics for your platform, your social media pages and things like that. Magisto, Visually, HubSpot. I can keep going. There's one that's not on here that I do want to mention, which is Easy Texting. I mentioned it earlier. But if you want to start, you see a lot of people putting out text me and they're starting to use text marketing. Well, actually, 98% of people open their text messages, and it's still one of the biggest ways to reach people. So that's why you're starting to see more people gravitate to that, especially with Instagram going down 2 or 3 times in 2019. I think it really scared people, and especially the entertainers, influencers. So again, these are some of the tools that are out here to help us design and scale on the digital world. If you have any questions on those, you can always hit me up. And I just would like to say thank you. Thank you. I love what Deanna and the Comfy Art team is doing. This has been amazing. I'm glad to have my 2 cents right but really I feel like this is just a platform for us to use our voices, and we have so much expertise and our own stories and things to share. So the culture wins, and I appreciate you all. Thank you.
Hello, welcome back, y'all. This has been an amazing conference so far. Design and Muse, the color experience. We are not done yet. Up next, let me see. Up next, we have a closing session with Yannick DaCosta. It's going to be amazing. Everything's been great from the fireside chats, panel discussions. I've even learned a lot about how to monetize what I love doing. It's been a great experience. Shout out to Comfy Art. Sun Music is presenting this mix right now. Let's get into it. What's up?
When you got the yams, what's the yams? The yam is the power that beat, that beat, that beat, that beat. You can smell it when I'm walking down the street. Oh yes we can, oh yes we can. I can dig rapping, but a rapper with a ghost rider. What the fuck happened? Oh no! I swore I wouldn't tell. Most of y'all share bars like you got the bottom bunk in a two-man sale. A two-man sale. Something's in the water. Something's in the water. And if I got a brown nose for some gold, then I'd rather be a bum than a motherfucking bum. Oh yeah? Bitch, where you and I was walking. Now I run the game, got the whole world talking. King Kunta, everybody wanna cut the legs off him. Kunta, black man taking no losses. Oh yeah? Bitch, where you and I was walking. Now I run the game, got the whole world talking. King Kunta, everybody wanna cut the legs off him.
Time. We're not done. The color experience. Hey.
Got
Hey, let's get it.
What you started, but I can see you like to play with fire, darling. Your man just hit the bar to grab a chalice for you too. He turned his back just for a second. Look at what you do. Sending me the supersonic signal. You ain't lay a finger, but I feel you. Independent woman, I won't tell you how to act. You and I both know we could be gone before he gets back. You got a man, but you're messing around. Risking it all, baby, just to get down.
Ay, don't ask questions if we just sexing. I got situations, no confirmations. Everybody wanna know who making dating. Well, that depends on whatever the date is. I got me a European poppy out in Italy, and he like the model, but he always let her picture me. Flying overseas and it's just their bees. Send a pic from the back just to give him my tease. I keep a man in Texas, that's where the best is. Down south, daddy, any cool, never stress me. West Coast thing, I'm in love with his slang. Who I love a thug, keep it hood when we bang. I got a man, but I'm messing around, cause I'm young and I can't be tied down. He got a girl, she got nothing on me, but we young, so we both do the same thing.
You came bouncing through the door. You and your mans and them just took over the floor. Started doing your thing and it made.
Am I the only one that's been listening to so much more Brandy since the verses?
The way you turned around and looked at me seemed as though you must have somehow felt me staring on the low. Something tells me you're the kind of guy I'd like to get to know.
Paparazzi get the lens right. Got the window down top, blown live. Got the hazard on the 2-5. You can touch me, ain't on top. Tell the paparazzi get the lens right. Got the window down top, blown live. Got the hazard on the 2-5. You can touch me, ain't on top.
Tell the paparazzi get the lens right. Got the window down top, blown live. Got the hazard on the 2-5. You can touch me, ain't on top. Tell the paparazzi get the lens right. Got the window down top, blown live. Got the hazard on only gon' fly. You can catch me.
Tell the paparazzi get the lens right. Got the window down top, blown live. Got the hazard on only gon' fly. You can catch me. Ain't gon' fly. Tell the paparazzi get the lens right. Got the window down top, blown live. Got the hazard on only gon' fly. You can catch me.
Hourglass. Work crew.
Right now it's the Art of Music Part 2. My name's Hourglass. Appreciate y'all for rocking with us all day long. Comfy Art is not over. The Color Experience closing ceremony coming up next. Hey, let's get it.
For you, make sure that you look good, make sure that I smell good. Let's purchase 2 new Bentleys. I know that it looks trendy, so glad that it's not windy. Here comes that girl named Bonnie, ask if she wants to go. Tonight's gonna be hot for sure. Big dancing on the floor, folks tripping, I don't know. Money flying everywhere, champagne we won't go there. Bottles popping in the air, they'll be screaming, I don't care.
Gotta throw some Omarion in here anyways. Play the flip, Lucy Pearl. Stay with me.
Hourglass.
Feel free to dance if you're at home. We can't see you. Do whatever you want. The Color Experience. Let's get it.
We've known each other for some time. I think it's time. Sorry, baby. I've been having visions, fantasies. Am I out of line? Just back into it, yeah, and let it touch. Come on and move, and let it touch. We cannot lose. Just let it touch. I will be true. Come on and let it touch. I see you back here. Touch. I like to do it with the light on. Hold on. Keep the lights on. Touch. Right with me now, baby. Touch. Keep the lights on.
Work crew. Hourglass.
Hope you're still vibing. Sipping on that cocktail that Riggs cooked up earlier.
Drifting on a memory. Ain't no place I'd rather be than with you. Yeah, loving you. Well. Day will make a way for night. All we'll need is candlelight and a song. Yeah, soft and long. Well, glad to be here alone with a lover unlike no other. Sad to see a new horizon slowly coming into view. Yeah.
Hey. Oh. Hey. Let's get it. It's the art of music too, y'all. Shout out to Sun Music. I think on Instagram, Comfy Art just released a playlist that I curated just for this day. Check it out on iTunes, Apple Music, Spotify, all that.
the evening. It's getting desperate. Yeah.
Why waste time? You say wanna party all day. You say need it, love it. From waste time. You say wanna party all day. You say need it, love it. From
Hourglass.
Who buy their own damn beers. If you want a toast to the life that you live, pour enough shots for the whole year. Jet black hair, baby, jet black hair. Matte black Jeep with the Rubicon grill. Ooh, it's been a while, baby, don't go there. Ooh, it's been a while, baby, come here. Shape like pear, baby, jet black hair. You bought the drinks and I paid no care. Hold that nigga down, don't go nowhere. Ooh, it's been a while, baby, come here. We peeking. From the window sills, I don't mind if they watch, I don't care. Who gon' love you when your love ain't there? Baby, that ass is just unfair. Jet black hair, baby, jet black hair. At least 2 grams of your blunt wrap there. These 2 hands always land up on the small of your back. Should I ask if eyes can go there? You bought the drinks and I paid no care. Couple more shots, we can all get to bed. Yes, Lord, like you living on a prayer. Play too much, baby, come here. We peeking.
Closing ceremony up next. Comfy Art Design and Muse is not over.
Do it gas me. How we end up in the backseat. Just trying to get to the bag. We on the same page, you the same way. Only keep the fam around me. So let me know what it's gonna be. I don't plan on getting no sleep. While we doing our thing, moving too fast. Candy paint with the windows all black, seats creme brulee. What they gon' say? With the top down, screaming money, anything. We up till 6 in the morning. When the sunrise, we'll be on it. Oh, I got 5, you know it's all live. Tell me when to go, baby, when we gon' slide, baby, when we gon' slide. Hey.
Make sure to slide to comfyart.com.
We gon' slide. Oh, yeah, baby, when we gon' slide, slide. We gon' slide. Oh, yeah, baby, we gon' slide, slide.
Don't take my kindness for weakness. 'Cause I'm not that you wanna with. I treat you like a king if you can be faithful. But all that bull, you get cut at the door. I got my nails done, my hair done, and everything done for you. I'm getting ready so you can pick me up and show me who's that hitter. Body up, kick out it on. Body up, kick out it on. Body
You know, we have people from all over the country, all over the world in this right now. I'm here in Atlanta, Georgia.
I'm never alone. Go to there, couple they go solve. 8 in a 2, and then it dissolve. I make my dinner young, don't wanna ball. Rock the whole culture, then hot in the fall. My phone's a toy, facility kid. Took it this year for Coachella, it's lit. Bro got umbrellas to cover her wig. Over some money, left them in a trench. Lightning bolt diamonds, cause I'm a revenge. Straight like a lineman, I really got rich. Some more fancy yellow diamonds in my pit. Don't get it confused, still ain't in the
I'm going back to the south. I'm going back, where my roots ain't watered down. Growing like a bob tree of life on fertile ground. My ancestor put me on game, on charm, on gold chain.
Nice been a black parade for sure.
Drip all on me. Uncle that she keep it. Hold up, donuts, sunlight, such a non-chopper instant. Yeah, pure ice, bust down, flood it, on my wrist out. Going up, motherland, drip on me. Melanin, my drip is skin deep like. Motherland, drip on me. I can't forget my history, it's her story. Yeah. Black, maybe that's the reason why they always mad. Yeah, they always mad. Yeah. Getting past them, I know that's the reason why they always mad. They always have honey come around my way, around my eye. Whenever mama said so, mama said, here I come on my throne, sitting high. Follow my parade. Talking slick to my folk, lip that lip like lipo. You hear them swarming, right? Bees is known to bite. Now here we come on our throne, sitting high. Follow my parade. On force, all black, all chrome, black on, black tips, big black. Burn my window down, let them see who in it, crack a big smile. Go figure me and Jigga 50, let them cheer and they like chick out.
I like cash in my hair to my ass. Do the dash, can you make it go fast? Fuck the fame, all I want is them bands. If she keep on mugging, I'ma still her man. He watching my behavior cause he know I'm bad. Pussy put a spell on him, he in a trance. I do what I please and you do what I ask. He love my confidence and that's what you lack. If you think I'm still in swag, bitch, come and sue me. They watch me like I'm a new movie. His baby mother is my groupie. We got the club going up on a Tuesday. Like a OMG girl, I'm a beauty. If it don't go my way, I get moody. Nigga flexing on you is my duty. I'm the big dog, my nickname is Scooby. Who got beef with me? Don't wanna compete, I'm too fast on my feet and you know where I be. Making you mad is my specialty. I'm the petty queen, I need you to have a seat. My dad would drill you like a cavity, and he won't let you win on his strategy. Better think twice when you come for our family. Honey, you're gonna cause a fatality. Can't do no broke hoe, they give me allergies. But I know they love my personality. Maybe cause I got a nigga mentality. I'm trying to make $1 million my salary. I might have took a L, but I'm pretty sure nobody can tell. It took me a while to come up out my shell. At least I can say I did it with no help. Bitch, I'm a little savage, I like the real real. Guess my mama don't like it, she keep raising hell. They know I'm the shit, I wonder if I smell. You can't take nothing from me, cause this what I feel.
I'm such a fan of so many of the women rappers that are emerging right now. Art comes in all forms, let's get it. Design and Muse, the color experience. We are not done yet. My name's Hourglass, by the way. Appreciate the love. My earlier set and this one, gonna keep it moving for a few minutes.
oh. Lady, oh, my lady, oh, oh. Whoa. This your body go cause your, oh, yeah. Baby, oh, my lady, oh, 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 oh. Because the way that you shaking your uku, my baby, you must come. Oh, yeah, make you shake it to your baba. Oh, yeah, rock bottom, make you no go give me your bala. Achukuleke make you give me balance size, scatter your baka. Oh, yeah, I must to be all over. Oh, yeah, rikbata, you to the shaka. One bottle of Togo, yaro, Togo, yaro, Togo, yaro. My baby from Colorado, Colorado, Colorado. Yellow CC, my odora. Body they up to your tempo.
Work crew. Hourglass.
If you're still in here having a good time, you're gonna know this one. Just wait on it. So I live by the motto, think outside the clock. It means so much to me. Play stuff like this. You never know how much time you're really gonna have, so don't stick to society structure. Don't wait till 5 p.m. or Friday to do what you love. I think we've learned that from everybody that's spoken so far. Thank you, Yami. Really enjoyed your fireside chat earlier with New Face. Once again, this is the Color Experience. Don't go anywhere. We're closing out right now. My name is Hourglass, by the way. Follow me, DJ Hourglass. Support Comfy Art and all of its forms. Thank you so much for having me. Good night.
that moment where you start talking and you're on mute. Hey guys, what's happening? So my name is Yannick DaCosta. I just want to say hi and thank you for having me. Deanna, I appreciate you for bringing the guild in and allowing us to participate on your platform. Shout out to Hourglass, because I was really over here like moving and grooving and being all crazy and stuff, and having a good old time when no one could see me. And maybe Deanna could see me backstage. I was over here like, okay. Also want to shout out Riggs, the mixologist, because as soon as I get off here, I'm gonna be mulling myself some lemon and making it happen over here. So today we're gonna talk about art licensing, right? So let's see if we can get this presentation up on the screen for y'all. All right, so I'm gonna run with license it and forget it, right? Because half the time, once you create these systems in art licensing, it's literally set it and forget it. And then, you know, you make your money, you might see some residual income from it, depending on how you set it up, but we'll talk about that a little later on. So while you're sitting there, talking to me, looking at me, I need everybody to take out their devices, okay? So on the Twitter or on the Instagram, on the Facebook, go ahead and follow Graphic Artists Guild. And I'm gonna give you some time, you know, because sometimes people get the speller wrong. It's Graphic Artists with an S Guild, all right? And who am I, right? So, you know, Hourglass is over here playing all the like Jamaican tunes, and I was like, oh, I just waited to be like, yeah, I'm the boys, them sugar. And if that joke went over your head, it's okay, because you're probably not Jamaican like I am. I am a Jamaican-born fine artist. I do my fair share from painting that focused on the female form and female body upliftment. I focus on some abstract artwork. I have some in the background here. Didn't even realize that. Ha 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 ha. Some people call me a fashion designer. Some people call me a textile designer. Some people just call me a plain old artist, and I'm okay with that. Some people call me a studio owner. I'm okay with that too. I am like a true Jamaican. I got like 10,001 jobs. Totally okay with that. But the job I love the most, that, you know, crosses all leaps and bounds, is being a problem solver. I'm a problem solver. And if you're on here, you know anything about me, you know I'm super opinionated, and I always have to ask questions. I'm like, why? But how? What's going on? Is there a better way to do this? So being the problem solver that I am, I found myself heavily involved in a graphic artist guild. So I am now, let me think, I have an official title, right? So I am the, or at-large representative, so on the national board, so for the America, United States, I am an at-large director, and I'm also the ICOD representative for the Graphic Artists Guild. And essentially what that means is, between working with the organization to basically fight for the rights of artists from a legislative perspective, I'm also able to travel the world and have conversations with people from different countries about art and art progression, and how we're basically positioning ourselves as professionals in order to basically bolster the entire career. I don't, somebody said it earlier, I don't do starving artists, because I like nice things, okay? In order to get nice things, I need to get that coin, all right? I'm always like, run me my money. And you can't really get people to run you the money if they don't have respect for the profession, right? So I'm a really big advocate for pushing forward, elevating the profession, not just from a technical perspective, but also from the business aspect of it. Like, how are we representing ourselves as professionals in the commercial space, in the gallery space, on an everyday basis, you know? Because I mean, no one thinks doctors aren't a professional and they don't work the typical 9 to 5 hours. They're up at all hours of the night. No one criticizes them. Anywho, that might have been a sore point. So what is the guild? So the Graphic Artists Guild, the Graphic Artists Guild has been around for 50 plus years. I think it's 53 now. I should know that by heart, but don't kill me. And it was essentially founded because the concept was that the organization was fighting for fair wages for illustrators and graphic artists. So at that time, a lot of the magazine ads and covers were hand done by people who had that technical skill, that artistic skill, who were able to produce really nice, clean, finished publications for them, like with their hand and a pencil. It's rough, right? So our organization is built on 3 pillars. So one is community, see me and some of my people hanging out. I don't even know what state this is, which is really horrible. And it's also built on resources. Here we're talking about panel discussions that we have on a regular basis, whether it's with higher education organizations like the Art Institute, or if we're pairing with other professional organizations to make sure that we're bringing information and resources to the wider community so we can work together to elevate the profession as a whole. And then, of course, we also work with government and government officials in order to make sure that it's not just, okay, we're saying that we want artists to protect their rights, protect their copyright, get fair wages, be treated like actual professionals, be able to qualify for PPP loans and EIDL loans. But we are working with legislation to make sure they're putting that on paper. They'll tell you something and then, might not really run it back like they should. But we make sure to show up, and we make sure that we are there as a voice for the independent artists. So I'm going to read this, right? I think it's really important. Someone spoke, well, actually a couple people spoke earlier about what the color experience is to them, what that sounds like to them, what that feels like to them. So for me, as a Black woman, right, it is about diversity and inclusion, but it's also about transparency, right? So the Graphic Artists Guild has, this is not like a fad, no shade, or maybe. Our perception of how we should be positioning ourselves in the marketplace is about making sure that everybody has an even footing. So it's not just about the artists having an even footing or one set of artists having an even footing, but all of us as artists and creative being able to have an even footing in the playing field, right? So regardless of what we may or may not look like. So this may or may not be the playing field you're accustomed to seeing. Give me a break with the color palette, okay? But it's a little whitewashed, and that's cool. But we want to make sure that we're giving access to everyone. So we come and we make sure that we're speaking to a wide enough demographic to make sure that they're getting all the information that everybody else is getting. So to be honest, and this is just me and my perspective, right? Everyone in the guild doesn't look like me. But it is our responsibility as an organization to make sure that everyone has access to the information that we can provide. So we make sure that we're keeping our membership costs low. We make sure that our webinars are accessible and financially capable for other people who may not look like the other spectrum, to be able to okay, I want to invest in this because I'm going to get the kind of return that everybody else is getting in order to elevate myself financially and reposition myself within the actual field of study. All right. So now that I'm done rambling about myself and chatting about the guild a lot, I'm going to bring it back to licensing, right? So in my comfy space, because I welcome you guys to know it. Licensing is a pretty big industry, okay? And I say a big industry, people are like, what does big actually mean, right? So $106.5 billion industry, and that was last year, and it's growing at a rate of 3.2% annually. So maybe people are like, wait, what does that even mean, right? It means that there are people, companies, organizations that are spending this amount of money to procure artwork so that they can provide a service to their customers or clients, right? So licensing types. So there are, first of all, what is licensing even mean, right? I'm gonna transition to that in a little bit. There are 5 primary licensing types. So there's fashion, sports, entertainment, celebrities, and the one that all of us really care about, art. So art licensing is subdivided in three ways. So the arts, artists, and museums. And again, I'm going to deep dive a little bit more into what artists look like, because I feel like that kind of speaks more to where we are. So there are certain products and offerings that offer the largest opportunity for artists. And this is what they look like. I'm gonna read them even though I know you guys can see them, right? So stationery and paper, gifts and novelties, publishing, houseware, infant products, domestics, accessories, furniture and home furnishings, apparel. And I may have dabbled in at least all of them, at least once in my life. So the basics of all things art licensing. You have the licensor and the licensee. Guess which one you are? You will be the licensor. You're going to be creating artwork that a company would want to utilize in order to create some kind of product or offering that serves a market space that they are already in. Okay, so basically what you're doing is taking out the part where you're doing the legwork. You're doing the thing that you love. You're making art, right? And then you're partnering with the company who's taking that artwork, marketing in a different kind of use case. And, so win-win, everybody makes money. So, I mean, if you guys are partnered with Comfy Art, you're pretty much in really good company there. I mean, shameless plug or not, I don't know. Okay, so I already spoke about this. Anyway, I'll leave it up on the screen anyway. The entity that acquires the right to use the artwork, so Walmart, the novelty stores, Target, whatever other companies they may partner with, the manufacturers, they are the licensee. Okay, so they are your clients. You want to appeal to them, right? So when it comes to art licensing, how do you get paid? So there are two ways that someone can kind of like set up a fee structure when it comes to art licensing. So there are flat fees and there are royalties. When you think about royalties, half the time people don't really talk about visual artists, right? Especially because as fee structures have matriculated over the years, they have essentially kind of started skewing more towards doing flat fee services when it comes to partnering with artists, with the exception of if you're working with like a boutique firm or a boutique store or an agency. Most cases have been found to lean more towards the flat fee structure. So the flat fee structure, what does that really feel like, right? So, well, first of all, you get the money up front. Feels good, right? And you can pull up on Louis Vuitton store and like, hey, let me buy that. That's cool. I'm ready. Let's get it. Or you can, make sure that you make rent for the next 3 months. Whatever that looks like, the flat fee appeals to a lot of people because of that. Boom, get the money in my pocket. I don't have to worry about it anymore. You walk into, I don't know, give me a store. You walk into Whole Foods and you're like, is that my artwork on that pillow? And you're really excited. You feel super accomplished and your bills are paid and you're like, that's cool. Then you have royalties. So royalties vary based on industry. And art can be broken down by property type. Hopefully I don't get too complex on this because, and I'm pretty sure I saw it being dropped in the chat, you guys get access to a free webinar of your choosing from the Graphic Artists Guild. We have a plethora of webinars for our membership that are free. For non-members, there is normally a cost, but because you are attending this particular virtual conference, you get access to a guild webinar of your choosing for $0. There's one coming up And it is on art licensing, which gives you a bit more of a deep dive and your ability to have like a lengthier conversation. So in any case, I'm just gonna keep going. So video game royalties look like 9%, right? So that's the artist gets 9% of like what sales are. Art and like art properties, so like whether that's like prints or like they're taking that artwork and they're creating pillowcases with the pattern or whatever that may be, tends to like lean more on like the 6-7% range. 7% tends to be really high, unless you decide to go. That number skews based on the kind of distribution, right? So there is mass market distribution, and then there is specialty market distribution. So mass market distribution tends to skew a little lower on the amount of returns that you get from a sale. And so if you're partnering with someone like Walmart, I really need to stop bringing them up right now. I'm not being paid, okay? You'll probably get like 3% return. But if you're partnering with a specialty store, like, you know, a local gift shop, a local tourist destination, you might look at more like 8-10% sometimes. And that's really just about the relationship that you have with that particular vendor. And then it's also important to note that, so royalties, sometimes you'll get a little money up front, right? So it's kind of like, you're like, okay, so I get a little bit of the like the flat fee vibes, and I still, you know, I'm able to like fill the pipeline later on with like money. So it's kind of like a savings account. What does that mean? What does that look like? At the end of the day, both instances, it's negotiable, right? So it's really about the kind of experience you have, the kind of knowledge you're going into the conversation with, the kind of research you have done on your licensee to kind of figure out if you are actually what they're looking for. You don't want to go out of your way to have a conversation with somebody and then you're like, I'm not even their type. That's awkward. Or, you know, it's like asking a married guy out. It's not really gonna work out for you. No shade, not judging, just saying. So you kind of have to figure out where you're gonna be positioning yourself in the conversation. So are you a 20-year art veteran that has statistics and data to back up the fact that your artwork moves, your artwork sells products? Or are you someone who's doing this for the first time and needs to stay on the lower end of the return in order to get data that shows that your work sells? You know, do you want to build into your contract that if you sell X amount of units, that your return is going to be increasing because of whatever it is? Anywho, but like I said, everything's negotiable. If you don't ask, you can't get it. What do you say? Closed mouths don't get fed? That part. So, licensable artwork. So, what does licensable artwork look like? Sometimes, and someone said it earlier, I know I do it as a fine artist. When I go into a place to paint or to draw, not my graphic designer mind, right? Like my painter mind. It's really about me expressing myself. That is not a viable way to create a sustainable living, right? So as an artist whose objective is to create a sustainable and long-term living, I need to do some research on who I want to work with and figure out what it is that they're looking for. Now, manufacturers tend to function primarily in the gift arena. And I'm just like showing you the chopped cheese right now because, you know, this is like the easy get, right? This is the easy get. When you travel, right, you tend to pick up these little keepsakes and things like that, but someone had to create that artwork, right? There's also space for seasonal designs. People don't even realize it, right? Wrapping paper, there's an entire industry focused solely on wrapping paper. You can go to conferences and trade shows and meet people in the manufacturing department, and like literally on the floor, you can just whip out your portfolio and be like, listen, this is what I got. What's up? But that's another conversation. There's a couple slides about it. But someone has to create that. And it might not, and I'm just being honest, right? I might not sit here and arbitrarily create a string of illustrations for Christmas out of a labor of love. It is me utilizing my talents to solve a problem so that I am actually offering a service that someone can use and that I can be compensated for, doing something that I am good at, something that I like to do in a more structured and organized way. So even, anniversary cards, birthdays, that people are always looking for illustrations like that. I mean, listen, everybody's got the Hallmark gift card. Okay, little card thing. I don't know. What's that thing called? Greeting card. Just kidding. All right. So I guess with all that, what does that even mean, right? So like, how do you even set up artwork to have those kinds of conversations with your appropriate, someone else said it, target audience, right? So because you've already gone out, you've done the research, you found out who's moving into spaces, you're like, all right, how do I create artwork for them? Themed collections are the best way to get in the door, right? So what is a theme collection, right? A theme collection is a group of coordinated images that an art director can take and mix and match and create some kind of line or product from it, right? So, you're creating like a central illustration, and you're creating coordinating framework, and you're creating coordinating borders and background patterns and icons, things that they can take to assemble to make a viable product suite, right? So sometimes you'll buy bedding, and you'll notice that the fitted sheet has one pattern, but then you might have like the pillowcases that have a little bit of a fray at the end, like a frame. Gosh, I wish I had put a picture of that in here. Anyway, but someone had to come up with those illustrations and then assemble them in a way that an art director could just pull in place, right? And then of course, how your artwork is used is always going to be included in your agreement, right? Like you've decided that they have licensed your artwork to use on bedding. If they license your artwork to use on bedding and they decide to tomorrow take that same artwork and use it on cups, it's another check, boo. Don't play with me, run me my money. We're gonna have to talk about this. You can use it on bedding. If you want to use it on cups, you gotta run me my money. We gotta talk about it. But again, that's based on the relationship that you have with your partner and what you've discussed and what you have outlined in your agreement. Disclaimer, right? So I talked a lot about like finding your target audience and being able to have those conversations and knowing who you're going to and creating for them. But how do you find them, right? So there are a couple of things. When you're creating your marketing plan, you kind of want to prioritize the categories that you want to find a licensee in, right? So I tend to fall, even though my artwork is meant to be about loving yourself and female empowerment and embracing exactly who you are, whether you're the P or the D in period, whatever. Sometimes it can come off to people as erotic, So if I know that that's how it's being translated, then I don't need to go to Toys R Us trying to pitch my artwork. That's not a good idea. Or I don't need to go to a manufacturer whose primary customer is Toys R Us. That doesn't make sense. That's a waste of my time. All that's gonna happen is I'm gonna pull up and I'm gonna be cute and I'm gonna be so excited. And I'm gonna do my pitch and they're gonna be like, "This is not for us," and I'm gonna be sad. So let's save yourself the heartbreak, right? And we want to prioritize the categories that you want to find licensee in. So you want to find that point where things come together. Now, there are some resources and methods. Oh, ha 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 ha. I had that up there. There are some resources and methods for researching categories, right? So if you're not really sure what's out there, I mean, sure, you can pick up a book and you can go online, but I'm telling you, there is nothing like a trade show for licensing. It feels like Disney World when you're 6. You're like, oh my gosh, all these people, and then like you literally have them there to have conversations with, to ask questions, and the level of excitement that I got is ridiculous. So you have trade shows, trade magazines, websites, and blogs, of course. And then you have these directories, right? So then also like professional organizations like us. We have, even in our handbook, our graphic artist skill handbook, I'll tell you about a little later in the conversation. Oh, just kidding. Someone's calling me. Why? I don't know. Anywho, so we have an entire chapter where we just basically share like references of people and things that are going to be useful to people who are in the industry, whether you are a graphic artist, an illustrator, a graphic designer, a web designer, an IP lawyer. So there's a whole range of things. And I always tell people, I'm gonna talk about it a little bit too, and I have it down in a couple slides, that this handbook works for anybody who's a creative. Anybody who offers a service can benefit from this handbook. It's literally the graphic artist's Bible of all things. Like, how do you function? Go get that book, get it together. Anywho, so you have trade shows, trade magazines, websites and blogs, directories, and licensing consultants. Hey, Deanna, wink, wink. All right, so tomorrow at the webinar, you can feel free to holla at my girl tomorrow and even do a bit more of a deep dive conversation about maybe some people that she might recommend. But I don't want to take too much away from her because I know that you guys are all going to make sure you grab your webinar code and head over there. All right. So protecting your ideas. Before I even transition into like talking about it a little bit, let's talk about the marketing part that we might not want to do when we're trying to license our artwork. So it was brought up earlier in the conference in terms of sharing artwork online and diluting the value. So in this instance, it's not even just about diluting the value of what is fine art, right? When you decide that you're going to post your work in progress or your final image on the gram, Twitter, Facebook, Vimeo, whatever, before it's licensed, boom, you just gave everybody on the internet access to your concept, okay? Even though there are different platforms who have certain rules and regulations, so depending on how many times it gets shared, depending on how many screenshots it has, depending on who sees it, if it's somebody's mother's grandmother, cousin, and then they don't really understand how copyright and copyright infringement works, and they share it enough, then it falls into this fair use category, and then the person who was going to pay you the big bucks to license it is like, nah, I'm good. Everybody already has it. Why would they want to run up to Target and go get it? They've already seen it. They already have it. We're good. And then you're sad, right? You're like, oh my God, I didn't know. So if you are creating artwork specifically for licensing, I would advise you keep it in your back pocket, right? In addition to keeping it in your back pocket, you need to copyright your work. A lot of people don't even know what copywriting is. I feel like I'm mad I didn't. So the book is on the other side of the room, y'all. I'm not going to go get it. But there is an entire section about copyright and copyright infringement. And my phone is blowing up. Listen, it's real. There's an entire section about copyright and copyright infringement and exactly how to do it. It's actually a really simple process if you follow the steps that are in the book. And, so a lot of times people don't know that you can copyright work sometimes for $100. People think it's like thousands of dollars because normally if you don't do it yourself, right? And I'm not saying that you should or you need to or you don't need a lawyer, but if you are just starting out and just starting to figure it out and you have more time than you have money, then you need to sit down, read the book, figure out how to do it on your own, and submit that application online for the $100. Because submitting it online is more cost effective than submitting it like hard copy, which is hilarious, right? No, normally you have like a convenience fee for doing things online. It's the other way around with the U.S. Copyright Office. But yeah, sometimes copyright fees are not as exorbitant as people think they are. Now, in America, we are still struggling with the fact that we have a right without a remedy. But of course, the Graphic Artists Guild is here and partnering with other creatives, photographers, musicians, producers, songwriters, graphic designers, painters to push forward legislation that helps us address that. But until then, until we like really solve the problem, you still copyright your work. Copyright your work. It's yours. It won't kill you. Better be safe than sorry. And then the other thing is using non-disclosure agreements. When you're having these meetings and conversations, listen, I'm gonna tell you a live and learn thing. I'm gonna keep the company's name in my head. So I roll up, right? Young and dumb. And I'm like, listen, here's my idea. This is what I want to do. Da, 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 da. Oh my God, we love it. All right, cool. I'm thinking I'm about to get a check, right? You gonna run me my money? Well, not so much. However, I did see something very similar on their shelves not too long after. And I was just like, so that's what we do. We just run up on Black people and take their stuff and then give them no credit, no money, no nothing. You just do that in-house. That's cute. 30-year-old Yanni would never make that mistake. 20-year-old Yanni had to do a live and learn thing. Now, I know sometimes people want to even understand the value of membership, right? The Graphic Artists Guild provides you, tongue-tied. The Graphic Artists Guild provides you with already lawyer-vetted non-disclosure agreements, already lawyer-vetted licensing agreements. So you're not going in there blind like you don't know what the standard is and you don't know what to ask for. Like, we got your back, boo. All right? And let me see. Here, I'll go through some of the resources. So some of the resources that we have, of course, the community, right? So number one, when it comes to anything in any industry, look around you. Look at the people who are doing what you want to do and who are doing it well and be like, what value can I deliver to you so that we can work together because I see that there's value you can deliver to me. So, y'all over there in the chat, living y'all best lives. You want to talk to some people, y'all commenting and stuff, holler at them and be like, hey, what's up? If you want to join the Graphic Artists Guild, have a conversation with us, be surrounded by peers who've been in the industry, been practicing these things, you can do that too. If you want to just attend our webinars, our social events, we don't have any in person right now, but we have all these amazing virtual events. Some of them are free for members and non-members, and then some of them are only available to members, which sometimes that really allows us to have really transparent conversations about what's going on in our industry and what we can do to change it. And then, the general concept of the Graphic Artists Guild. Art, work, we got you covered. Like, this is 50 years worth of information that we got locked in the bank. Milton Glaser would say that the Graphic Artists Guild, and rest in peace, would say the Graphic Artists Guild is literally here to help elevate the industry, and that's what we do. We are here to help elevate industry. It's not just about, and when people hear graphic artist, and people graphic designer, no, graphic arts, right? So when you're preparing that artwork to work with your licensee, you are going to have to prepare those files in the way that they can use them, right? So you might have to pull out Photoshop real quick, make it work. Not because your tools are different mean you don't fall into the same category of creative work. So then we have our handbook. So our first handbook, I'm almost sure it was published in 1983. That one's off the top of my head too. No one kill me. And like I said, it's literally the Bible. So we're on edition 15 right now. As a member of the Graphic Artists Guild, you get an updated copy every single time we publish one. So I got a few, all right? So we're on 15th edition right now. We're actually actively working on the 16th edition. We're talking about what's in there. We're talking about ethical guidelines of how to function within the profession, because some people are shysty, all right? And sometimes we ourselves are shysty and don't even know, so we have to be taught, right? So this book teaches us how to function in the most professional way about things. We, in the same book, again, a whole list of references of people that you can work with, people who are vetted, people who are professionals in the industry, people who do a really amazing job. We have, again, lawyer vetted contracts. We have pricing tables. Oh my gosh, people love the pricing tables. And the pricing tables, they're not going to work for, art to hang on the wall, but they will work for art that is used to provide a very specific service. So if you're going to be licensing your artwork, you kind of get an idea of what the price ranges should look like, because we run an industry survey that essentially we get feedback from actual professionals, not the minimum to fill out the survey is 5 years. So you're getting real professional information. And then, as a member, you get access to those people, which is awesome. So this is actually a photo of my actual handbook, because I have sticky notes and stuff. And I wanted to pull this back to this page for you guys in terms of copyright. A lot of people don't understand copyright or copyright infringement. Sometimes there are artists who do a lot of infringement and they don't even know that they're infringing on someone else's right, or they're putting someone else's ability to make money in jeopardy because they decided to just take their art and run with it, fair use or whatever. Nah, you're infringing. Stop it. But it outlines everything that you could possibly think of. Of course, our webinars. So we have a webinar archive, which again is free to members. If you are not a member, that's cool too. You can still access the webinars for a cost. By the time you watch 4 webinars, you might as well have become a member, because that's pretty much the same cost as your membership. But you don't have to listen to me or anything. But like I said, there is a webinar coming up September 23rd, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You have all the instructions. Can someone please drop that in the chat, exactly how they're supposed to get access to this webinar? I know y'all have it. I saw it earlier. Drop that thing in there. So it's free with your Comfy Art discount code. Just shoot them an email. Shoot us an email. I should say us, right? But if you shoot an email over to that email address, or admin will get you all set up to be like, all right, let's see what the guild is about. Let's see what they have to offer. Let's see how they can help me, so that we can all collectively elevate the actual industry, elevate the profession, have people looking at us like we're professionals and not some Joe Schmo off the street. Oh, well, thank you, I guess. So, again, thank you so much for having me. My name is Yannick DaCosta. I am the at-large representative for the Graphic Artists Guild, and I am also the ICOD representative for the Graphic Artists Guild. And I'm just really happy to have been here. So, I don't know. Do you guys have any questions for me? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to check out the chat real quick and see if you guys have any questions for me. Let's see. Ooh. All right, let's see what's popping. Y'all have questions? Let me see how far I can scroll up. Ooh. I can't read all the questions on here. Help me, help me, help me. I'm like, at this point, I'm just looking at comments. All right, y'all. Well, all right, y'all don't have any questions for me? Say it once, say it proud. If not, you know, you can always hit me up later on the social. So I am Yanni Paints on Twitter and the Instagram. On LinkedIn, you know, /Y DaCosta. Shoot me an email, icod@graphicartistguild.org. Hit your girl up. Peace, love, and hair grease, people. Thank you. Thank you. It has been a long day and it's been an informative day. It has been a fun day. We've danced and sang and ate and drank and everything and learned so much. Thank you for all the participants that have participated in the color experience. These glasses are like making weird stuff on here. And look at me. I'm just sweating. Look at, I'm just all ready. And I had so much fun. Thank you so much to our sponsors. Thank you, thank you, thank you to Some Music. Thank you, thank you, thank you to Graphic Artists Guild. Thank you, thank you, thank you to General Assembly, the primary group. We thank you so much for helping us put this amazing event together. Thank you so much. And come to comfyart.com and buy some stuff from the Design and Muse artists. And, you know, if you need to talk to me or want to be involved in Comfy Art, you can just DM us and also email us at info@comfyart.com and or you know, Twitter, Facebook, we're on all of them. So thank you again, and y'all be safe out there. Bye.